He's failed his minute, by the way. I want you all to know that that Aiden is currently using the restroom, and his minute is up. I told him he had a minute. So that's what's happening. How's it going? How's it going out there? Don't mind me as I hit things to tell people that we're live. Did I miss somebody joining? Did I miss a new member? Don't tell me I missed a new member. It says 41 now.
And I'm your second host, ItsSneakyAdolf.
Hi.
Hello.
I've just been musing about a couple of things while we've been alive for a little over a minute now. Very good.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's all right.
I don't piss quick, all right?
I understand. It is all right. Hang on 2 seconds and I'll get you the links that you require and desire. Obviously.
Thank you.
So
You know how to treat me right.
Well, one could argue, I suppose.
One
like
could argue, indeed, that I have trained you well.
Well, well, I wouldn't go that far. In fact, I'd vehemently deny it.
Also, I can't help but notice, right, that in our Discord server, we have the updated logo,
yes,
right? But yet, for some reason, I'm going to blow you the fuck up live on air. Our group chat photo is still the old one.
Yes, I know. Thank you. Thank you for putting me on blast. Well, there's that. Hold on.
for giving you zero time to fix this before we started streaming. One would argue that he has had multiple months, in fact, to fix this.
I was going
and yet has elected not to.
That is true. I legitimately thought about it a few times and then went, nah, it's fine. Never considering the absolute bullshittery that you would give me.
And how would the artist feel about this?
Just fine, probably. Anyway, hello everybody, and welcome to TableTalk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. Have I lost Aiden? Did I lose him?
Sort of.
There we go. Hello. You're back.
I had the hubris to click on both links and a second apart from each other.
And
my internet decided to do a big old shitting of itself.
What a stupid idea, you absolute fool. Hello, Draco Kraken, Mongoose, Slay, and Steely. The prophet of Garibay doth divine thy countenance upon us to bathe us in the light of his holy words. In all seriousness, excited for this train wreck. Yes.
I legit had my Switch nearby because I was intending on just AFK grinding some raids.
Well, that would be fair.
But then I happened to look at the thumbnail of the video and my eyes alighted upon the word Garibay.
Yes, I will catch you up.
And that was when I actually read the text and I saw the 10 commandments.
Yes.
And I went ooh, and turned my Switch back off.
All right. Looks like a fun one tonight. The secret of the 10 shall be revealed. Yes. So I'll catch you up on that after I show off this thing that I want to talk about briefly. Very, very briefly, not Garibay related. But it is something that made me say many words, and I was like, okay, well, I feel like this should be something that is an okay topic for a moment. So, my friend was messaging me on Discord, as people are wont to do on occasion. And she showed me...
Can confirm, I have been there myself.
She showed me this thing. And I will put this in our little group chat here so you can read along as I read this. And it, just the words themselves even, they aren't technically problematic. But then I saw the tags.
I opened up this image, right? And immediately, my eyes alighted upon the hashtags. You don't have to overcomplicate everything, sweetie.
Yes, that is the one. Yes.
And refuse to intellectualize. And I haven't even read the post, but I want to just throw out there that I'm already disgusted by its content.
So I also have my own response that I will read that I typed out initially. And I didn't post this anywhere, I just said it. So first off, it says, nothing wrong with being easy to please. Give all the books you read 5 stars. Watch that movie again after people tell you that it wasn't that great. Play that band's new album on repeat, even though it's not supposed to be as good as their old stuff. Refuse to say anything critical about something you thought was cool. Be bold in telling grumpy people, actually, I liked it a lot. Hashtag, I just thought the plot was blah, 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 shut up. Hashtag, you don't have to overcomplicate everything, sweetie, colon, double close parentheses. Hashtag, capital refuse... to intellectualize, hashtag my new motto, hashtag text post.
So I have thoughts.
Well, let me tell you my thoughts first, because I have them all written out, and I will also show you this small picture I have.
Let me. You're right. You know what? Let me open up a notepad.
Of course.
And type in the background, which will not appear on the stream because I have crisp.
Yes.
After someone did the right thing and said, gave a criticism, and then we responded to that.
Well,
criticism.
You saw the criticism. But anyway,
I did see the criticism, and I agreed.
I agreed with the criticism. That was about
it.
So. I said, immediately after seeing this, oh, geez, yeah, like, point by point, I'd say, and I think I missed one, so I will respond to that one if I did, but, point by point, I'd say first, you're right, referring to nothing wrong with being easy to please, absolutely. Second, which is the give all books you read 5 stars. Sure, but do realize that if there are issues that conflict with it being that way, then it makes your 5 stars kind of meaningless. Qualify that the issues aren't significant somehow, and that's why it's got that rating, because a system to rate something should have some sort of standard, even if it's personal. Third, referring to watch that movie again after people tell you that it wasn't that great. If you like something, other people's opinions are there to help convince you of the other side. And if it doesn't, then that's fine. No one can tell you what to like. But we can have a conversation on why and the quality of a film, excuse me. Fourth, which was to play that band's new album on repeat, even though it's not supposed to be as good as their old stuff. It's, sure, see point 3 response and replace film with album. Fifth, I did. Okay. No, I was talking about, okay. Anyway, so fifth is to, refuse to say anything critical about something you thought was cool. So I said, absolutely. It's your choice to engage in criticism and intellectual discussion, but don't do it and then complain when your engagement is debated. You've engaged and should be prepared for the consequences, because so many people don't seem to understand that that's what happens when you make a qualifying statement. Sixth, which is be bold in telling grumpy people, actually, I liked it a lot. Sure, tell someone you liked something, but be prepared for the follow-up of why did you? I don't understand how. and then explain. If they're actually intelligent, then they will say, oh, okay, maybe ask a few more questions that probe a bit deeper and respect you if you say, I don't really want to get into it. Those that aren't as mature will go, oh, that's fucking stupid, and you're stupid for thinking so, with nothing to back it up. While I agree with the best faith interpretation I can give it, the tags are certainly not painting a great picture, like, for fuck's sake, why are we punishing people for thinking and not being mindless about what they consume? So that was my thought, my take, on all of those things.
Hey. One second.
No, you're good.
I'm back. Okay,
hey, what's up? They don't know how to use hashtags, that's fair.
Yeah,
and Sealy says, does this mean we aren't going to get him an ultra-clicky Cherry MX keyboard for extra key action in the stream? Disappointment. No.
No, you don't understand, Steely. You are. I'm just going to have 2 keyboards on this computer. I'm going to have my clacky keyboard, and I'm going to have my clacky keyboard.
True. Anyway, please.
Okay. Was kind of too busy focusing on what I was writing to focus on what you were saying.
Sure.
So
if you want to take a second and read that, you can. I need to use the bathroom anyway.
I will refuse.
Okay, well, give your things, and I will not listen to you either. Here we go.
Yeah, that's fair. So, if I say something that Alejo did, I apologize. But we're going for my raw reaction, folks. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with being easy to please. I may think that you lack your ability to filter things from good or bad, but understand that this doesn't really reflect on you poorly as a person. I just go like, oh, they're easy to please, and I may discount your reviews as essentially, like, as being worth less. If I have a person in my life who, after every movie, says, oh, it was a great movie, then when I ask that person, hey, how'd you feel about this new movie I haven't seen? And they say, oh, it was a great movie, that inherently becomes kind of meaningless. Which brings us into point stars. Sorry, it brings us into point 2, which is that you should give all the books you read 5 stars.
Shut up, your point is stupid.
Yeah. Sorry, I was dangerously close to having an opinion on the internet.
I understand.
I'm glad you were able to correct me.
If you would, could you give me your text into the chat, because I want to see it.
Oh.
Into our private little chat here. Yeah, because I missed what you were saying before.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's kind of grammatically all jumbled up together because it was meant to be only me reading it.
Yeah, I don't care.
So it doesn't reflect on you poorly as a person. I just go, oh, they're easy to please. Your reviews are essentially useless, which brings us into point 2. Give all the books you read 5 stars. The whole reason that we have that quote unquote system, so to speak, is that you can review both good and bad. You can recognize these as examples of great works of literature or horrendous works of literature. Without a rating system, then you have like a Game of Thrones right next to 50 Shades of Grey, and you don't know how to discern between the two of them.
There's a reason
for
why
quality.
we have standards, yeah.
Yeah, like, you should be able to give good examples and bad examples to a class of prospective learners who want to know what to do and what not to do.
I just want to address this really quick. Sorry. I just see, I like every single Star Wars movie. I don't overanalyze it. I don't care if other people ruin it for themselves. So, good. I'm glad you like everything. That's fine. Like, that's I have no issue with that. I want to say I'm not ruining it for myself. I just the movies are fundamentally flawed, and that like breaks through. So it's something that is like that I can't unsee because it is there blatantly in my face. Anyway, go on.
It becomes the functional equivalent of sitting in your high chair and being spoon-fed content by brand.
Yes.
And going eat up
piggy. Exactly.
So give all the books you read 5 stars. Then what's the point of giving stars if everything is just going to be fantastic and yay? But you need to be able to recognize the good from the bad, if you are to maintain quality.
Yeah, if anything is going to improve, this isn't directed at us. This was just sent, and I found it interesting to talk about. But if we want quality to improve, we need to be critical. Like, that's just how it works. It's either going to become sludge or it isn't, right? Like,
why waste his energy on your opinion? That is the heartbreaking thing. He probably won't care. But I am hoping that people who are less diametrically opposed, i.e. our audience, may have less of an entrenched opinion. Critical is how content creators, we have to be critical at times as well. Yeah,
that's fine.
I'm not saying that by enjoying Star Wars, you like everything about Star Wars or whatever, that you are a mindless drone.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I don't waste my energy on something I don't care about. This is talking about writing in general, and having a standard for quality for things like books. That is something that I care about. That's why I'm going to talk about it. I'm not wasting my energy. I'm impassionately talking about something that I enjoy and actually have interest in. I, at the moment, have a lot of energy because I just cracked open an energy drink and I'm drinking it. But I also don't think it's a waste to talk about something, even if somebody isn't going to listen, because I think it's just a fundamental thing that we should be able to do and not feel like it's a waste of time, you know?
Yeah, the point of this podcast is to talk about the good and reinforce what may be good habits of story building and writing and whatever. And then discuss potential flaws and say you want to avoid this because of this reason. You want to avoid this because that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Juice. Yeah. He says, I agree with you guys 100%. I'm not talking about you wasting your energy. The guy who tweeted this or whatever, the crappy hashtags is what I find absurd. Yes. The person, I don't know what the fuck they're even like, this is one of those things where they've made this post, they've put all these things here, and they would refuse to talk about it, even though they've put it out there for everybody to read, because they think that it's just they put something out there not expecting people to respond to it, which is kind of stupid to do, considering
it's now a matter of public record,
exactly,
and yet will have no defense.
Yeah, exactly. Yelling in a public space and not expecting others to interact or respond is dumb. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, please continue on, Aiden. I apologize.
Yeah. Play that band's new album on repeat, even though it's not supposed to be as good as their old stuff. That will depend heavily on your... And see, because I hate this because it's a false equivalency of the quality of writing being good versus the quality of music being good. That the quality of music, or I should say the quality of a song, is more subjective than the quality of writing.
I would argue that there are certain things that you can find that are standards that we can impose up between genres and the way that the things are constructed and how the melody flows.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Right.
But I'm saying, if I talked to someone and they said, "Yeah, I fucking hate Enter Sandman,"
sure,
I would go, odd, but okay.
Yeah, like that is just incredibly subjective. Like, absolutely.
Exactly. So if I have someone saying, "Oh, I like this artist's new album," like I hated Judas Priest's Firepower, and I go, "Why? It's so fucking good, though."
Sure.
They just go, subjectively don't like it. And I go, "Okay, fair. Well, that's your opinion."
Man, you talk to people who actually use subjectively in a sentence? That's crazy.
That's how you know it's fantasy.
Exactly.
But yeah, like, even though the album isn't supposed to be as good as their old stuff or whatever, doesn't mean that you're a slave to public opinion.
Yeah.
Like,
like, what everybody likes shouldn't fucking matter to you.
Yeah, you don't go, "Oh no, it's not liked, so I'm not allowed to listen to it."
That is crazy.
That's a false equivalency, that you're trying to set up this narrative that I have to obey something just because it's popular.
Yeah.
When the nature of music is, like, by its very nature, subjective.
Well, yeah, mostly.
Refuse to say anything critical about something you thought was cool.
Flat out, just don't have any passion or want for something to get better that you like. Okay.
Yeah. Don't acknowledge flaws.
Yeah. Okay.
Is what I'm hearing in that sentence. I can reduce that whole sentence to 3 words.
Yeah.
Be bold in. Yeah, be bold in telling grumpy people, "Actually, I liked it a lot." I have no problem with that sentence. If someone wants to be a grumpy, like, stick in the mud and shit on what you like for whatever reason, and you want to say, "I liked it because of, like, these, like, I don't know, 3 objective reasons that were good, and these 2 subjective reasons," I'll freely acknowledge the subjective ones may not have landed with you. It's almost like we're an audience, and some bits land and some don't.
Yeah.
But, like, you can't, like, you have to appreciate these good things that are objective. Yes, crucify me. I'm using the word objective to describe media.
Yeah, nobody will actually care what we say. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, fair. Fucking. I just thought the plot was blah blah blah. Shut up. No.
Like, it's so like, I don't understand why you would want somebody to you are actively asking people to engage you in a hostile way, right? Like that. Like, you are, and when you combine with the second thing, this is condescending. This is condescending as fuck.
I was actually going to use the word infantilizing, but yeah,
it works too. Like, it's just, I said this to my friend, like, it's as if, like, they believe that us thinking critically can't exist with them not, right? Like, they keep coming to this conclusion for some reason that because we talk about something to such a degree, that's bad, right? And, like, it will stop them from just liking something. And it's like, no, you don't understand. If you're easily swayed by me pointing something out, then, like, and not, like, thinking about it at all, then that's on you, you know? Like, my position here, my opinions here are here for me to express, and if you take issue with them, we talk about it. But if you, like, want to absorb them in such a way, you can ask me for, like, references. You can ask me for evidence, if you will, in order to maybe back up my claims. If it's something objective. But if it's something subjective, then I can just say, well, you know, let's take The Thing. I really like The Thing. Something that's really subjective about it is that it fills me with, I guess, it's not necessarily dread, but it's just a thrill of, like, how like the whole thing progresses, and that might not be the case for somebody else, right? Like that's just completely something that is on a person by person basis. I've not found people that don't find that the way that it is, but if that, like, it doesn't surprise me if that's a thing, right?
So I have two thoughts.
Okay.
The first of which,
Uh-oh.
yeah, because I think that this can be summed up real easy.
Sure.
The first of which is that I almost wish there were two, like, types of people when it comes to consuming media.
Okay.
You have those who are super critical, and not easy to please, and those who want to shut their brain off, and enjoy pretty lights and colors.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to make a claim like, oh, those who want to shut their brain off are somehow lesser.
No.
Like, dude, maybe you have a fucking stressful life and you want to check out for 2.5 hours. Perfectly valid.
Yeah.
But understand that if you just want to enjoy, what's the term for BoJack Horseman when he looks into the kaleidoscope? Shapes and colors, the kind of which I've never seen.
Sure. It's been a long time since I've watched it.
If you want to just sit down and look at a kaleidoscope for like a few hours and veg out, dude, that's legit. But please do not think that your opinion on media, the media that you have consumed in that manner, is in any way valid. You have done no thinking of the plot. You just go, oh, color.
So they're valid in the ways of it's something they like. That's entirely valid. But if you're talking like their opinions,
I mean, from a review perspective.
Okay, so yeah, add that qualification.
If they're going to red letter media, sit down and go, I liked the movie because it had color. That's not valid.
Okay.
They can certainly enjoy the media for whatever reason. Just don't deign to speak with any authority over the matter. So the second thought was, I looked at the refuse to intellectualize, and my knee-jerk reaction was refuse to think. Which I kind of and then I remembered that anti-intellectualism is actually quite a movement. And it's people who go, oh, you went to college to learn to do your thinking. You had to be what's the term? The people who act like going to college will brainwash you and fucking like, dude, anti-intellectualism is the fucking reason why I left religion. Don't fucking bring it into my media too.
Oh, that's welcome to the life. It's becoming a big thing for some reason.
Yeah, it's a lot of people who are not particularly clever or like not very good at thinking, who get very scared at people who can think and then go, don't do that. You have to play chess without thinking like I do.
You know the knight go in L, right? I always do that every time. Yeah. No matter what.
Round 1, move knight.
I open with knight.
I am a chess genius. I counted there were 4 ways that the knight can move round 1.
Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those things where I don't get why, like, I don't think anybody who actually criticizes these things. Well, so let me restate. I don't think anybody that you should respect, who criticizes things, says that people who just like something and don't want to like actually engage with any like discussion about it are wrong. Like that's just like that would be stupid to claim, right? Like there is no reason why these people and the people who also like to like go deep into things and think about them can't exist together. Like it's so weird that this is something that is now becoming such a narrative. And I don't understand it. I don't like it.
So I did the adult thing recently. And by recently I mean like fucking like 6 months ago.
Too long.
But yeah, too long. I didn't like the adult thing, so I decided to be a child.
Yes. I like how we're, by the way, I'm sorry, I just like how we're talking about this before we do a Garibay fucking video. Go on.
Yeah. Actually, that is a wonderful bit of irony.
The irony is here. Anyway.
So, I personally am the two genres I most listen to are metal and sea shanties.
Hell yeah.
There exists I was so there exists no words for how pissed I was when I woke up out of my coma after the car accident and my ex was like, yeah, Wellerman was a meme while you were out, and I'm like, god fucking damn it, that's like my favorite song. It's so good though, and I started immediately looking up all of the memes, and I was like, I have a lot of fucking catching up to do. I was so pissed, but on the bright side, everyone knows the words to Wellerman now, so
I am exempt.
If I go to work and I'm just standing there, I can crack out oh, there once was a ship that put to sea, and immediately hear voices pop up around me. And the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea, and I'm like, God, yes. Anyway, I listen to a little bit of everything except country and blues. But I'm a bit of a metalhead, and I recognize that metal is not for everyone, and that's okay.
Absolutely.
I also will watch 10-hour-long YouTube videos, and recently just finished a 59-part documentary where each part is 40 to 50 minutes long.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I like long-form content, but I recognize that this isn't for everyone. So when my ex said hey, you like music that will get your blood flowing and excite you, and I like music that you can sort of chill and vibe to. And I was like, what? That's fair. And when she said yeah, because I one time I posted a half-hour long video, and she was like, good lord, this is so long. And I was like, oh brah. Because long form content isn't for everyone.
Yeah.
And I said she was like, how do you stand all this? And I said, we just enjoy different types of media. We consume media directly opposite from each other as to the approaches we take, but both forms of media consumption are just as valid. And just because she was not a metalhead doesn't mean I thought less of her.
Yeah, exactly.
You can look at a person, and even this Why French Fry, and go, I consume media directly opposite from how you consume media, but that doesn't make the way that you consume media less valid.
Mm-hmm.
It does, however, make your review less valid.
Mm. Yeah, there are many things out there of like people just saying things and they don't qualify it at all. It's really
There's
annoying.
there's a habit of people saying things on the internet and being expected to be taken seriously, sort of like our podcast.
Thanks. You're right. But yeah, anyway, it's a whole thing. There's some messages that I didn't see and didn't read, so I'm gonna go through a couple of those. They probably put less thought in it than we are. Yes, absolutely. I would even say that robust criticism protects quality-minded creators from being marginalized by companies that want to do a bulk production mindset. If we reject mediocrity, they have to hire quality. Yes. I too like firepower. Hey, how's it going, Pizza Funk? Nostalgia is so dangerous. Yes. Welcome to like what Disney's been doing for years. Hey, Boo.
I'm sorry. Boo.
No, you're good.
We have continued our trend of not discussing the actual topic before you arrive.
Yes. Perfect, because I didn't want to fucking miss.
Don't worry. We're almost there.
The gold mine.
Yes. Was that the one they did with Ripper Owens? I'm assuming referring to Judas Priest.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is I like the songs Necromancer and Firepower.
There you go. Okay. The one thing most media needs is consistency. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Steely, no, I think that's Jugulator you are thinking of. Oh, maybe. Feel like Owens, who is a talented vocalist, has had it rough because he has twice been brought in to replace beloved vocalists with both Judas Priest and Iced Earth. I don't know.
Possibly, I don't know. Like,
nice.
Literally, I don't like Judas Priest in general.
Oh.
I like their song Breaking the Law, and then there's like a power gap of time where I just don't like their content until Firepower was released and my friend showed me Necromancer, and I was like, I don't know. I don't really like go for Judas Priest, but I listened to it anyway. And I was like, fuck, this slaps.
Not gonna lie, this whole post sounds like the kind of person who will claim that everything they like is great, and if you disagree, it's because you're a bigot. I get that vibe. This kind of sounds like a friend of mine. Obviously, if that's not the case, then great. I'm happy, but it's that vibe that I get. It sucks. This kind of sounds like a friend of mine, but the opposite. He'll say something they don't like is garbage, but if you start challenging it, he starts to act like you personally attacked him. God, I fucking hate that. God, I fucking hate that.
Yeah. So I don't feel like added by that, but I do feel like a bit of a twinge, because if I'm like, I didn't like the new Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
And then someone goes, really? I loved it. I go like, there's like a little part of my soul that bristles, and I go, oh, why? Would you be so kind as to tell me why?
Well, honestly, nope. Like talking about Star Wars and like things that people who like the ones that are considered bad. Honestly, one of my favorite questions to ask people who like Star Wars and hate the prequels is, what is something from the prequels that you do like? Because everybody fucking hates
to like.
Right?
Plenty to like.
And so
absolutely.
I do like to ask that, because my favorite thing from the prequels when I was super little and I was a kid, my favorite thing was Jar Jar, just because I thought he was funny. Sure. But now, my favorite thing from the prequels is the droids. Just the droids as a whole. Because I think the droids are fucking cool, and Grievous is fucking awesome. And I mean, the character Grievous, not the Grievous in the movie.
Right.
That's always a really fun question to ask when you find somebody. Like, what do you think, what do you like about Twilight?
Nah.
I like Twilight because it's hilarious.
Sure, yeah.
It's so bad.
In Catholicism, we very much embrace science. For example, the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, or the case of my wife, who is a Catholic and a NASA physicist. So there is intellectual religion. Oh, of course. I don't think we were saying anything about there not being.
Oh, yeah, no, there definitely is. Yeah. I just happen to know a lot of people that when they're like, hey, how's church? And I'm like, I don't know, I haven't gone in quite a while. Yeah. And they're like, why? And I was like, oh, I sort of lost my faith, and they immediately launch into a tirade about how I've been brainwashed because I went to college.
Oh,
I go, okay, you know what? If you think about it, this conversation is a mercy because right now, all that you're telling me is I don't have to care about your opinion.
This is kind of what is happening now with YouTube taking away the dislike button, removing less and less ways to be critical. God, I fucking hate that. Yeah. They announced it.
When did that happen?
They announced it like a couple of weeks ago, I think, at this point.
Is it already? It
hasn't gone into effect yet, I don't think. But this is the thing. So they're not removing it. It's going away in the sense of you can't see how many dislikes there are, which is fucking stupid. First off, because it only benefits them and the brands that they're trying to protect who make bad things. And, us from going, oh, this person is just doing a bad video. No. And just going, So, it's no one likes it. And they said they did it with focus groups, and, no one believes that. It's stupid.
Yeah.
I just do want to emphasize, Steely, with the case of, your wife who is Catholic and a NASA physicist. Good for her. She is one of the exceptions that I have heard about. I just know a lot more cases of people who are religious and very anti-intellectual than I do people who are religious and intellectual.
Yeah, it's the exception to the rule. That's the problem.
I'm very much the opposite. I know of a lot of people who went to my church that were doctors and shit. They were pretty, knowledgeable. So
that's good.
But regardless, I mean, it's not that wasn't our point, obviously, of there not being any. I'm not saying that was what you were saying either, Steely. Just making sure that it's clear to those who might listen in someday. But I find that most people who turn their brain off are the most fickle when it comes to things they like, and also the most fervent in defending those things. Maybe. If you ask them why they like something, they won't tell you something quantitative. Usually, they'll just tell you it made me feel good, and I go, okay, our conversation is basically over on this topic. Let's move on, right? You were in the chat. Oh my god. And science, this seems to come up a lot with religion and science. Oh, since this seems to come up with a lot of religion and science, the Catholic Church does embrace evolution. Do they now? Oh, that's crazy.
Right?
Really? That's actually new to me.
Yeah, I thought they disavowed.
That's cool.
Hey, Ruleslayer. Oh, crap. Did I miss anything? Saw Garibay and instant click. Oh, this is Ronald SF switching accounts. Oh. You do content. Okay. I've been looking at your channel and thinking about covering one of your videos soon. So hey, there you go.
Nice.
So get ready for that, I guess. And I guess that means, hey, you'll maybe come on the podcast sometime.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
Open invitation.
Because we don't get anybody else.
Yeah. I still need to get Juice.
We've had Brogan on.
We've had Brogan, we've had Juice, and we've had Dave.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about Dave.
Yeah. And we still need to get Juice back on. Brogan's busy, and Dave, I haven't talked to you for a while.
Brogan's busy, and he's also trying to build his brand, and we are sort of
we're canceled for that. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's true.
I'd have him on more, and I do invite him every now and again, but I don't go out of my way because I feel
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
They did Darth Maul dirty. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. The worst part about The YouTube dislike button thing is they made a whole thing about trying to protect creators from mass dislikes, bullying, yet creators will still get to see the dislikes. So why? Yeah, it's literally so that their videos you don't see it. That's it.
Yeah,
I get there's the fact that they're removing visual feedback from the brigade. So the brigade doesn't even know if the brigade is building momentum or not.
Sure.
And as such, a lot of people may be discouraged from disliking a video blindly. I get that. But I find that is such a niche percentage.
That is exactly what my point would be. Absolutely.
Yeah. And in which case, what I would then do is be like at the person who posted the video, be like, show the metrics, coward!
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, so this is the thing. People are going to circumvent it by posting a pinned comment, which I will also do for the channel, of like, dislike this comment if you dislike the video. So that you can see it.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, like this comment if you dislike the video, because then you can see it. Like, you can see the number because it's liked. Which is a great way to get around it, but also it's just like, they already implemented this thing where you turned off likes and dislikes already. Like, that's been a thing for a long time. It turns off the likes, sure, but you also kind of, like, the people that couldn't take the criticism, you saw that those were the people that can't take the criticism. They disable the comments, they disable the like to dislike ratio. Like, that's it's a dead giveaway. And now they're just like, oh, hey, we're just gonna do it for everyone because it's like, you're only gonna see the likes. And I'm like, okay, that's stupid. Stop. You don't, like, because a small group of people are going to absolutely fuck with some people, it sucks for them. I feel for them. Absolutely. As a person who has a smaller channel that, you know, we don't get like dislike bombed, but I'm just in general, like, when you get a dislike, you feel it, right? Like, you do. But, like, first off, you kind of know if that's like an actual like criticism dislike or if it's not, depending on the quality of your video, I would hope, though some people don't seem to notice. But you know, it's that thing about having some self-confidence as well. Like, if you're gonna be a creator, I feel like you need to have a healthy dose of it to actually like take that kind of stuff and understand that the internet does have these kinds of people. Like, we're at the age where you can't not be aware that people do this, right? Like, that's just a thing that you kind of have to deal with. If somebody hates you, they're just gonna hate you for some reason, right?
I don't know what it is, but for me, a single or like a few dislikes always, it's felt a little bit more because it seems like one or two, it always seems like, oh, okay, these are two individual people that, you know, watched the video and then disliked it. Well, and then if I get like 10,000 dislikes, I'm just like, okay, so something's
wrong.
Well, for me, so like, I would take it as, okay, so somebody else has told a bunch of people to do this.
No, so this is the thing. If I know that I've made something, like, and I've never made anything quality in my life, but
just look at the podcast.
Wow. I guess I'll amend. I've never made anything personally very quality in my life. That it's just, I don't feel like I've made anything very great yet. In the sense of a personal video, which I am going to make something on my own at some point soon that actually I'm kind of passionate about finally. But if I see a large amount of dislikes, I will check the video and go, oh, did I do something really shitty? Like, is this a bad video? That's where I'll go first. And then if I like look it over and go, well, okay, I don't see anything wrong, maybe I'll share it around with people so that I can get an honest opinion from my friends, right? And go, is this a bad video? And then I hope to fuck they're honest enough with me to go yes or no, right? And not go, oh no, I think it's fine.
No, it's fine.
And then I go, oh, that's really helpful, thank you. But and then I'll start going, oh, okay, so somebody just does not like what I did for some reason, and maybe sent people to do this. I don't know. Which, it doesn't track with me like somebody would do that, because it's stupid and like actually like not helpful at all, and I don't understand what, like, I get why you get off on it, but I don't get you,
Yeah, right? I understand that you do, but I don't know why that you do.
Yes. Anyway. Can't speak for all of them, but the Christian schools I went to approved critical thought. Fair enough.
That's nice.
So did mine.
I'm used to people finding my mistakes in my videos, so whatevs. Yeah, well, Don't worry, we'll be extremely harsh on you since you're in our community, obviously.
Oh yes.
Discourage them from review bombing. Here's the thing: if we didn't criticize crap, then we would miss out on so many hilarious TableTalk riffs. Well, thank you, Steely.
Actually, so I started thinking just now about how critical thought was encouraged in my Christian school.
Sure.
I went to high school and I graduated from a Christian school. And I was thinking about how it was encouraged in the curriculum, and then I thought, when was it encouraged? And I started thinking more, and I realized it was in my English class, which focused heavily on literature.
Oh, there you go.
Literally, I cut my teeth of critical thought on reviewing books and doing like we had like a section of a book we'd have to read, and then we'd write down our opinion, and once a week we would give our opinion out loud.
Cool.
And then we all just kind of after everyone gave our opinion, we then had a discussion. And that was our class.
That's pretty good, actually. I like that.
Did anybody review the Bible?
No.
Oh man.
No, that would be bad. That would be a no.
That would be hilarious.
It would be kind of funny.
That it would be, all I can now think of is like if someone did review the Bible, just be like, didn't like the book of Job, but man, I liked the author.
Yeah.
They claim it's to protect content creators, but it's absolutely about movie and video game companies, etc., who are targeted by angry consumers. Well, yeah, it's almost like
it's almost like, as if Nintendo fucking having Mario out for a limited time pissed a lot of fucking people off.
That was the thing.
Still have a sealed copy of that game.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh, do you actually? That's great.
Yeah, I still got the original plastic around it.
It's a collector's edition.
Gonna sell it like a year from now and make my money back, and then
fair.
some.
That's fair.
Only a year? Dude, keep that for like 10,000 years.
Yeah, it'll only improve, probably.
Yeah. Like a stock, it's like a Bitcoin now.
It is like a bit, which I'm actually like getting into crypto now, which is weird.
Really?
Yeah, I actually have some crypto.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, then go watch Trevor Wallace.
I should watch more. No, I've been watching a lot of CoffeeZilla. Man, he's got great content. Okay. Shit, he's got great content. This was the other thing that I was gonna say. I watched a video recently that was Emp Lemon, I think is his name. And he put out I don't know if it was one of his more recent videos, but he was talking about how in a part of it, like the fact that you dislike something, that's like a very clear way to show that you aren't about something that they do, and how it was like Nintendo is like the one exception because everybody considers it their sacred cow and they can do nothing wrong. Which is so stupid to me, because it's like, come on, guys, what is wrong with you? Because like
absolutely can.
Because like he even cited like when Cyberpunk came out, everybody disliked a bunch of the videos that were coming through because Cyberpunk just didn't work for a lot of people, and it was like, oh hey, guess what? This is the only way we can show, like another way that we can show that we are not about what you've done here. You rushed out a bad product. Okay.
You fucking ruined it.
And it's like the only other way of communicating like something that is bad. But then when it was about Nintendo and he tweeted something about it then and showed like the hypocrisy, people were up in arms about it. And I was like, oh, yeah, cool. Right. So, yeah. Interesting thoughts. So we don't have that as an avenue anymore, which is great.
Send them. Well, they can't block an actual physical letter. So just send them a stern letter.
That's what email is for, and then they just deleted it or shred the letter.
Well, yeah, that's why you have to send them a letter. It's harder to delete a letter.
Not really. They have a shredder for a reason.
Well, that's not deleted, though.
Well,
somebody could still piece it back together.
Yeah, somebody's going to go to the dump and really like it.
Hell yeah.
At least I know you treat everyone harshly. Fair.
Yeah.
Garibay inspires me because at least I know I can't be as bad as him. That's fair.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. That's what I think. That's what I think every time Aiden enters the room.
Oh. There we go.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Wuthering Heights was bullshit by Boo. There you go.
What was?
Wuthering
Heights?
Wuthering Heights.
I liked Wuthering Heights.
What's Wuthering Heights?
I don't know.
More or less a guy who it's been forever since I read it because I read it back in high school, so I was still a baby onto critical thinking in general.
Yeah.
So my opinion might have changed, but as I recall, it's this guy who gets jilted.
Okay.
And then gets really bitter. And this person is like, oh, this guy is bitter and he's an asshole. But then as I think it's as they interact more with him, they find out he's not actually that bad of a guy.
Oh, okay.
Or something. I don't remember much of it, if barely anything.
Gotcha. Been playing the Halo Infinite multiplayer beta. Cool.
Nice.
Literally everyone I know.
Emp is awesome. He's one of those really amazing long-form creators who posts few videos but super high quality, like Frederick Knudsen, Let Me Know, or Internet Historian, which I also all watch. Yep.
Yes, Frederick Knudsen's fucking the king of that.
100%.
I follow Frederick Knudsen and Internet Historian.
Let Me Know is really good. If you guys look into Let Me Know, if you haven't, he does very good compilations of a case, basically. His latest one was on Jack the Ripper, and he gives everything about him. It's nice. so good.
Cool.
That reminds me of there's one internet content creator I've been following recently. His name is Jeno Samuel. And he's been really objective about the history and the past and presenting everything in a factual manner of exactly what happened, and doesn't give he follows the trend that a lot of scholars tend to do, which is they present purely the facts of what happened, but they do it in such a way that you clearly know their opinion.
Yes. Okay.
But still very, very objective, very proper.
Right.
And he did a fantastic docuseries on the history of Christian. I recommend it to everyone. It is a ride. I literally rewatched part 1, and I'm going through the series again because I went through it at such a breakneck pace the first time.
Well, okay, if we're all talking about fucking docuseries now, if any of you guys know, there are 2 channels where he used to work. First was Because Science, and then he later moved on to his own channel called Kyle Hill.
Oh yeah, I know about Kyle.
Yeah, he's Science Thor.
Yeah, he's so cool.
He's really cool.
Yeah, it is that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
So I cannot recommend enough.
Science.
He has his own series of videos on Kyle Hill called Half-Life Histories.
Yeah.
And it documents, it's fucking incredible. It documents all the nuclear accidents across human history. So Chernobyl, 3 Mile, or he hasn't gotten to 3 Mile Island yet. Chernobyl, Castle Bravo, the Goyonia incident.
Yeah, I'll have to actually binge those.
It's really damn good. And also Fukushima. He's done Fukushima now. where he presents the facts, and again, no particular opinion, although he is anti-nukes, not anti-nuclear power.
Sure.
You know.
It's pronounced nuclear.
But yeah, can't recommend it enough. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
And it is
haunting
and beautiful at the same time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anyway,
just like his hair.
Let's finally get to the topic of today. Just like his hair, yes.
Garibay.
So,
yeah.
Hey, Mog, good to see you. You got here just in time. We're gonna start with the actual thing for today. So,
we're talking about the
Slazek Sonichu.
Yeah. So, okay. So, Aiden, to catch you up.
Yes.
Because last week, we also looked at a Garibay video. But this was a setup that we didn't know. At least I didn't know, because I was there for all of it, and Boo was there for the last 3 minutes, which is basically all the information that you needed, because he says the same thing cyclically the entire video. So, Garibay has said that being a DM is something for, if you are a DM, you are transhuman. You are a master of 10 disciplines, of which in the video he says that this is the case, never goes into what these disciplines are, except for potentially one that is actor or acting.
I love transhumanism in my D&D.
So yes, and asking somebody to be a DM is one of the most important things of their lives, because you have identified that they are above humanity.
They are the alpha.
Yes.
No, they're not the alpha, dude. They're the sigma.
They are the sigma. That is true.
Sigma, you're right. I thought you were gonna go with they're the omega at first.
No, they are sigma. They are sigma males. Or female, or female.
So, but he doesn't talk about what these 10 practice
in the video that is fucking 15 minutes long. He continues to circle back that there are 10 of them, and he never goes into them ever.
Oh my god, I love it.
I have found all 10 because he has made 10 separate videos. So, I'm not done with explaining this, by the way. don't worry. Apparently also, if you are a DM, this can be, if you do it poorly, which, by the way, he's been a dungeon master, which he equates to being the best at being the running of the game. He has been a dungeon master since he was 12. And he's just been really good at it ever since. He has never been bad at being a dungeon master.
He could have retired when he was young.
He could have.
Yeah.
But
no.
And also, of course, that if you are a DM and you do fuck up, if you do badly, it can seriously destroy you mentally.
Yes.
Thankfully, though, these days, and this I agree with, these days, we are giving a lot more credence to mental illness and really being more aware of it. But being a DM can destroy you. If you do it wrong.
I can just imagine like a group therapy session of people like talking about like their mental ills. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, what are you in here for? Oh, I DM'd a game bad.
What the fuck?
And
it's that meme.
It's like the comic of the guy who like shuffles
away the prisoner. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yep, that's what I was thinking too. We're all on the same page.
I'm perfectly happy to answer all questions. Yes.
This actually isn't a question.
Oh, good.
This is like
because I have no answers.
Garibay has the answers, not us.
Yeah, he was a DM since he was 12.
And he's always been good. Thank the Lord. Don't forget, this was God bestowed.
Surely.
Thank the Lord God, Gary Gygax.
Surely he did nothing cringeworthy as a 12-year-old DM.
Never. How dare you imply such a thing?
Yeah.
Of our Lord.
I would never say such a thing about our Lord. Some may worship Gary Gygax. I worship Scott Garibay.
Yeah.
Scott Garibay, that man.
He of the wide eyes. and by wide eyes, I mean wide set.
He of the olives.
No, he didn't have olives.
Oh, that's right, it wasn't him. No, it wasn't.
He of the master driver.
Yes, he is the master of driving.
It's you see, the reason why all his videos are while he is driving is a metaphor, because as he drives the campaign, he drives the video.
Of course.
And he drives knowledge of D&D perfection.
He does
the masses.
Yeah.
He does this for our benefit. Blessed be he.
Of
and
course.
I know you can't see it, but I just did a cross.
There you go.
Anyway, the feeling I get when I see the title card and I see that it includes the word Garibay is like the feeling that you get as an elementary schooler walking in and seeing the old CRT TV on the card.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And knowing that class today is watching a video.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like,
so
just that excited thrill.
Yeah.
Is what I feel.
Well, so
good.
I have a list of all 10, and I want you to choose our first. Both of you to agree on our first, since there are 10, and it doesn't matter the order. I fucking bet it doesn't. That's the thing.
He's going to mention all 10 in each video anyway.
I swear to God. So the first, and I shall go through 1 through 10, and then make your decision.
Okay.
Historian.
Okay.
Actor.
Okay.
Storyteller. Writer.
Okay.
Guardian. Cartographer.
Okay.
Host. In parentheses, you gotta buy a house. Arbiter.
Okay.
Librarian. Guide. Now, before you pick, to be fair, some of these sound like useful skills for you to have as being a DM. I absolutely agree. What I don't think, as he
DM should do most of those things,
as he has stated, a DM is already a master of all 10 of these things, and I don't agree. Because as we said, anyone can DM. Anyone. It does not matter. You don't have to be that fucking good at anything. You can, as long as you can string together sentences and make a coherent enough story, you're a DM. Oh, wow, woo!
Anyway, so I would officially like to cast my vote for host.
Okay.
Because I am thrilled at how you can be a master homeowner.
Oh my God,
that's pretty good.
Now, actually, I think what was the one before librarian? I didn't actually catch
Arbiter.
Arbiter, that was the one. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm fine with doing host. That sounds good.
All right.
I fully am on board with Aiden's vision quest here.
Then we shall start with.
You're not allowed to play D&D in apartments. Let's go.
Yeah.
So
here we go.
This is for everyone.
Dragon's 5th edition.
Hold please. Oh my God, we're not ready. I must bring up the actual video. So that we can all be aware of the teachings of our one true king, our master
king. Is
of
that
D&D.
I don't think that's enough. Really.
well, don't worry. I'll continue to sing his praises after. But at the moment, this is host. Parentheses, you gotta buy a house, close parentheses, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master bullet point problem. Don't worry, every single one of these has Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master bullet point problem as part of the title. That's why I didn't say them.
Okay.
Oh wow, he's in his car! Yes.
Oh boy!
Don't worry, it's always that. The thumbnail, he does go outside and stay somewhere sometimes. The thumbnails are always outside of his car. Always. Never in his car.
You think he would fucking
sully
his car with a thumbnail?
Of course
image?
not. Of course not. That's where the magic happens.
His car is above that.
So
even his car.
I would love to take this opportunity
yes.
to point out the irony of host. You gotta buy a house in his car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Man, I wish that I had the having a house skill. That sounds convenient. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
So
Dude.
remember now. I
was reincarnated in another world as a homeowner.
I will never not stress this. He said that all 10 of these you are a master of if you are a DM. If you are asked to be a DM, you are a master of being a host. You gotta buy a house. So let us.
I love this because I have DM'd at a place that was not my house. And in fact, we now are in a separate campaign with a different DM. The one the campaign I'm a paladin in at the same house, at the same table, in fact.
Oh,
do they own it?
They own it. Aiden does not.
Do they?
Do they own what?
Do they own the house that you're playing in? Aiden? Shit, did my internet just die? Fucking
No.
I think it did.
You're good. I think Aiden's just
good.
died.
Oh, god damn it.
As we're about to fucking
Aiden.
begin. Damn it.
All right.
You're fine. Well, I guess I want to wait for him to come back.
Yeah,
obviously.
no, we absolutely should because this is the cream of the crop.
Yes, of course. Roboting out. He's got a 5 million ping. So there you go. I know it's not a million. It's fine. Well, while we're waiting for his ping to come back, my favorite topic, the gift of giving. Yes.
Yeah.
So if you chose to become a DM without ever being asked, what does that make you? Because I want to know if my tier. I want to know my tier of godhood.
Well, see, in the video that we discovered this sermon.
Yes.
Or the 10-part sermon. He described 3 different levels of game runner.
True.
That was the thing, and I thought you were going to mention it, Aiden, but you didn't.
I did forget.
Yeah. So he mentioned
what?
Perfect.
Good, perfect timing.
So in the last video, the one that we discovered the 10-part sermon, I gotta say it again because he didn't hear it this time. Garibay mentioned 3 levels of game runner. There are dungeon masters, which we're learning about right now.
Of course, the highest tier.
Yes. There are dungeon gooders,
slightly below.
And then dungeon okayers.
Yes.
So I imagine if you don't own a house, you're instantly down to gooder.
Yeah, you have to be. Okay. Here we go. It's time.
Please bestow upon me the knowledge.
Hi, this is Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We're going to talk about the Dungeon Master bullet point problem, host. Okay? Apologies. If you don't know what the Dungeon Master bullet point problem is, you don't have any context for this video.
No, you do. No. So this is the thing.
You don't need to know.
You don't need to know anything about the other video. Like, legitimately, you can just listen to this on its own and you're fine. The only thing you know that is already being stated is that there are 10. That's it.
Yeah, it's honestly
That's
true.
all you need.
How far did we last before a pause on Garibay?
Sorry, I need to. You don't understand.
No, it's fine.
Garibay, it's so vapid.
Fine.
It's so vapid. Okay.
It really
In
is.
the doobly-doo below. I apologize that you have to enjoy this video, but
yes, you did,
it's just
Juice.
to stop me from repeating myself. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, you'll do that.
All right,
plenty.
let's talk
Don't
about
worry.
being a host. Right. So first of all, just so you're aware, being a host, hosting is a discipline. Being a host is a role. Okay. And hosting is definitely a discipline that people spend their lives mastering.
What?
So, Martha Stewart has literally spent 40 years teaching, becoming the most epic host on the planet.
Okay. All right.
Did he just bring up Castle Stewards?
No. Martha Stewart.
Oh, Martha. Okay.
So first off, I don't know if Martha Stewart is your best thing because she has gone to jail.
Yeah, okay.
How
so
she
went to jail for a non-violent crime, though.
No. I understand that. What I'm saying is, didn't she do a kind of scam?
She went for insider trading. She used information that she was not supposed to be privy to on the stock market to make an informed decision.
I see. Okay. I thought it was more of a scam with like her products and stuff. Never mind then. Okay.
To be fair,
no, she was just trying to get more money to be a better host with.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, like God, if you're a master tier host, you need money.
Right, of course. It doesn't grow on trees.
Because you have to be able to afford the caviar on toast that you offer your guests.
I'm crying from laughter already.
Wow.
Well, nice. So okay, Martha Stewart, greatest host, greatest. How? She's been teaching people apparently for 40 years. Okay. I've never seen anything she's ever said. Like in the sense of like hosting.
Yeah. Well, see, Alejo.
Yes.
When was the last time you wanted to learn from a master host about hosting?
I never have. And you know what? I probably should.
You know what? I disagree that his statement of like Martha Stewart's the greatest host or whatever because of one simple reason, and that it's not Martha Stewart, it's Scott Garibay. He's been DMing since he was 12.
True.
Which means he is a master of being a host already, which means that those however many years of DMing like have just been like gaining more of a power gap on Martha Stewart.
Just a bigger Zenkai boost, really.
Yes, absolutely. Wait, D&D Vid, we're talking about Martha Stewart. Yes. What if you own multiple houses? Well, you're just a great host, aren't you? Yeah, there you are. The more homes you own, the more powerful you are as a DM. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just have more places to host.
This is my final home.
Oh yeah.
And teaching others how to be amazing, right? And she's dedicated her life to it, and she's phenomenally good at it, right? So for her, it's a life goal, right? Like, and she
I don't think
continues to grow in just that one discipline, right?
I don't.
No.
Shocking.
Okay.
You named yourself Gray with an A. I just noticed. Nothing. You're good. In the watch together, your name. I just realized.
Oh yeah.
It confused me. It legitimately did for a second. You fuck. Go on.
Yeah. Hosting is both a practice and a role. I do agree with you on that.
Sure. Yes.
When you have someone over at your house, you play the role of host, and then you enact various policies of like being a good host.
Of course.
Such as like offering refreshments, when something needs to be done, like a chore or something, you do it. Not your guests.
No, of course.
You are functionally like in a position of like servitude, basically.
Yes.
You try to make their life easier. You offer refreshments and stuff. It is a practice, yes, and one can be a better or worse host. I agree with you on that.
Of course.
Yes, absolutely.
I also would say that part of being a proper host would be, making sure that your guests have a fun time, like D&D. But if you are in, like, a small apartment and you have a friend who specifically bought a gaming table for you to all play D&D on, and multiple campaigns are held around that table, Well, that doesn't invalidate you as a DM. That doesn't mean that when my friends go, "Hey, Aiden, you have that idea for an Elder Scrolls campaign, right?" I go, "Yeah, I've been thinking about doing it like sometime in the next few years or so." And then they spontaneously go, "Hey, Aiden, we're going to do that in like 3 weeks. We're gonna all go buy dice." And I go, because now there's a monetary investment. And it's disappointing. Everyone would be bad enough, but I would do it if I had to. But when there's a monetary investment, I can't say no. And that doesn't mean, though, that I was ever under the impression that they would hold D&D at my place.
No, what do you mean? You were asked, and sorry, you were demanded.
You don't own a house, so of course not.
Wow.
You live in a house, but do you own it?
You don't understand. We have to apply Garibay's logic. He was demanded to be the DM. They thought he was a master at hosting, which means he owned the house.
Thus, if I am demanded to be a DM, I will demand my players buy me a house so I can host them.
Of course.
Very true. Very true.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. I apologize.
Oh, of course. We've already we've thanked Juice plenty of times for enlightening, for showing us the way of Garibay.
Yeah, right. Goddamn. Thank you, Juice, for this.
Yeah, no,
Juice,
it's been beautiful.
I just saw Juice's comment of, "I've been wondering why he has so many more views lately on his videos. Clearly, it's because TableTalk watches so many of his videos now."
Hey, actually don't watch that many.
We've watched a few of them.
Viewers do.
Yes, if you guys do, that's great. I love it. It's fantastic. It's funny. I of course I always put links to every video we cover in our description. So like I hope that people know that it's cool. Like, go watch their stuff, you know. But with Garibay, it's more of a
see. This is an example of media I like to enjoy when my brain turned off.
Sometimes I get frustrated about his takes, though. Yeah.
Dude, you know what my favorite genre of all time is? Inadvertent comedy.
Yes.
That's why I like Twilight.
There you go.
That's valid.
And has shocking amounts of knowledge about it.
Why aren't you driving, Garibay?
They have to master this thing that others are
why isn't he driving?
It's just one of 10 things we need to master, because Dungeon Master is the most intellectually, emotionally, socially stretching call you will ever give to someone. When you
That's what you said in the first video.
I want you to be a Dungeon Master, or you call them to be a Dungeon Master, or you invite them to be a Dungeon Master, you are in many ways warping the shape of their life. Okay, and the reason, and it's a good thing, right? It's like when a bodybuilder like grows muscle,
I'm sorry, he's saying the exact same thing he did in the fucking video that I watched. The exact same. This is literally word for word the exact same thing that he said. And you don't understand. No. You don't understand. Boo, you heard this twice, I think.
Yeah.
I heard this like 10 times.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm just saying that, yes, you are right. Even the one thing that I heard, it was like nearly word for word. I don't remember it exactly. But I do remember him talking like a fucking... You are, like, as a DM, you are a mental bodybuilder. And like
Arnold
going and doing DMing. Yeah, you are a mental Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the shit that you have to do to be a good DM will twist and warp your life the same way the muscles of a bodybuilder twist and warp their body.
I'm
beautiful.
Like, I'm going through a Vietnam flashback right now.
You know too what this means is the extension, the natural progression,
extrapolation.
Yeah, extrapolation of this is that If you are a creator, you cannot create in your off time.
No.
You can only flex those muscles and have that mental and emotional and intellectual stretching when you DM.
Of course
not.
Of course.
There's no other time to do it.
Your creation only has value if you do it for a D&D campaign.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm writing a Call of Cthulhu campaign? So I can run it in D&D.
I'm so okay. Let's. Oh.
Sometimes it gets to the point where it warps their body. It fundamentally changes it, right? And it puts them into a different level of strength and ability and capability, right?
It does not.
Same thing with dungeon mastering, except it's emotional, social, and intellectual, right? So
intellectual.
So basically, you have this situation where you're now calling people to master hosting. Now, I'm going to jump.
Okay, before we get into the meat of this, I would just like to make a quick proposal.
Okay.
I would like to rename the statue that you may be familiar with, that's known as the Thinker.
Of course.
I would like to rename it to the Host.
Very good, right? No. It's he is
or the DM.
Yes, I was gonna say the Dungeon Master because obviously he's the height of intellectualism.
Dude, just call it what it is.
Got shit on fucking DMs.
Just call it what it is and call it Garibay.
That's fair. You know what? That's true.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was wondering why you would dance around it.
Well, we've got to get up to that point.
Be honest with your faith.
That's true.
Be open with it. That's what the scriptures tell you to do.
It is true. We are listening to it. Garibay does warp my brain.
Garibay is the warp.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. I'm
the master at hosting. It's in my name. Oh yeah, no, of course, Juice. You're a master at DMing. So you are transhuman. You are above humanity in all ways. Absolutely.
This is truly the next step in human evolution.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
What is the bullet point problem? He has several videos that have this in his title, Me Confused. So the bullet point problem, which isn't a problem.
It's not a problem.
he calls it a problem, but it's really just his 10 disciplines that you have mastered when you are a DM. You have mastered this. Like, this is true, apparently. According to him, if you have been, quote unquote, verbatim called to be a DM, you
or invited.
They have recognized that you have mastered all 10 and potentially more. He does say these are the 10 that he has recognized. Yes. But there are potentially more that you have mastered to become a dungeon master. Yes. Okay?
So are there ranks to it, like
no.
ranks to like belts in karate?
No.
So you're not a dungeon master if like you only have 9 of the 10 commandments.
Oh well, that's what I was saying earlier with the dungeon okayer and the dungeon gooder.
Because he was making this point the clarification is he was saying it's not called dungeon okayer or dungeon gooder. No, it's dungeon master. And so you are a master of all these things. And he cited a subtitle of a magazine that was for AD&D as his reasoning for this being one of the things of like you are for a dungeon master and beyond, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that is why being a dungeon master, because he has said, they recognized back then that if you were a dungeon master, you had mastery over all things, really.
What does he need to legitimize in this to self-legitimize in this manner?
I don't know. So, and I was talking about this before. He seems to just have this kind of god complex of like, I am so great. Oh God, I'm so good because I'm a dungeon master. It's only because he's a dungeon master. That's the thing.
So
I don't understand.
That's the thing is I hate to keep mentioning it, but like the thought processes that you see Chris Chan have,
Mm-hmm.
that individual is rife with like mental issues. Not the fact that she was born with autism is just ancillary to the fact that there are so many other issues.
Yeah.
And not the least of which is like the God complex. Like she's currently in prison, and she has renamed herself as Mrs. Christine Jesus Christ Weston Chandler.
Great.
Okay.
And it's a parallel.
Well, so like this is the thing. I don't know for like if Garibay has any sort of, you know, anything going on, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What I do know is that he's placed so much of himself into being a DM. Like that is such a part of him. Like if you were to criticize that, I think he would take it personally because he thinks like this is part of his identity.
Yeah,
right?
He identifies it with it so strongly.
It is.
He is the master.
Exactly. Like I don't know. So and
Mazes
like
and Monsters is a far out game.
It is a far out game, my man. But like, and I don't want to make any claims, obviously, because I don't know, and I don't want like if it came out the next day, he said, "Oh, I suffer from such and such," I would go, "Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry for you. I hope that you know you found help for that and like are." You know, getting better in that kind of way and all that shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's great.
Yeah, like,
right?
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, this isn't meant to be like an attack.
No,
him.
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
no, clearly
It is
not.
clearly on just how... It's literally just on his takes of like...
Yeah, that's the thing.
What the fuck are you talking about? And if it's coming from that kind of place, then I guess I would understand it more, and then it would become a lot less... of a thing, right? Like it would become a lot less like of something that I would like actively seek. Like that would ruin Garibay for me, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, I don't know.
Right now, it is ripe for picking.
Right now, and it is literally this is all genuine. Like regardless, it is all genuine. He really believes this shit because he does not stop repeating it, and it's so crazy. It's just insane. I don't know how you can go about and go, yeah, if you're a DM, you are better than humanity.
Yes.
Like,
You are like Archmagos Belisarius called.
Exactly.
If you were called to DM.
Of course.
You are a space marine.
You are better than ever. It's so like you are closer to a space marine than you are to a guardsman. I don't understand.
Even though the guardsman's Lehman Russ just got a fucking 2-up save.
Don't worry about it.
Which is insane.
Hey man.
It's not an involved save, thank fuck.
Oh, of course not.
But
anyway,
yeah. There's so much that can be talked about, but I'm going to jump to the hardest one. I'm going to put flat out, right? It's the
hardest.
I just cannot warn you. Like you must be incredibly. I think we have to be more and more hesitant to invite people.
Please talk about hosting.
Ask people.
I want to talk about hosting and houses.
It's just such a massive calling, and this one's really a very harsh reality. Here we go.
Yeah.
What do you really need to do to master hosting as a dungeon master? You need a house. Like, what? Like, wait, why do I need a house? Well, first of all, I want you to be very aware of this. You compete for your players. You compete for every player at your table. If you don't understand that, you're going to lose them. Okay?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Sorry. What? Okay. Are you saying
compete.
Now? I'm
confused by the wordage.
So are you saying, Garibay? And I'm gonna play it again because I don't like.
Yeah.
Let me just say this right now, just out loud as much what I understand of what you're saying from the words you're using. You're telling me that my players every day are keeping track of the greatest DMs of all time because they own houses. And I am actively competing against those DMs to have their attention. Yes. To have them as my players.
I don't know about you guys and Matt Mercer and Marisha Ray's house, but my house is pretty sick.
Oh, man. Really?
Like,
what kind of shit do you have there?
You'll never know because I would never invite you to be one of my players.
Oh my god.
What? That's how exclusive it is.
Well, you want to know what I have when I fucking have the money to afford it and like be able to get it? I'm gonna get a fucking my own air hockey table and a fucking like
that's pretty sick.
Inflatable like hot tub jacuzzi thing.
I'm sorry, Aiden, you're fucked. You got to do better than that.
You're done. Dude, we're gonna be fucking throwing crits while in the hot tub, baby!
I'm into that.
And that's why I'm gonna make sure that you'll never have enough money to buy a house.
Damn it!
I'll make you keep buying me dice and shirts.
By the way, how do you like those dice, by the way? You like them?
Yeah, I used them last Sunday.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Because I wanted to get something robot-y, but And that was something that was brand new on Dark Elf Dice, so I thought, looks pretty good.
They crit when I attacked a 12-year-old.
Very good. That reminds me of the time when we ran a personal session.
I did a 4th level smite on as a paladin, a level 11 paladin against a 12-year-old child.
Nice.
Good.
And I rolled a 20 and I dealt like 96 damage.
Hell yeah.
Head fucking exploded, baby.
It was my character's brother.
Oh.
So, okay. Obviously we don't have to dismantle this very much, because it's ridiculous that you have to own a house in order to DM and be a master at it.
Dude.
So a house is expensive, first off. And we've talked about being frugal and such all the time. We've talked about, all that kind of shit. And, like, right now, buying a house... Whoa!
Why buy a house when I can keep collecting dice?
Well, there's that. And obviously I need my plastic crack fix. Metal
crack fix, too.
So, like... I just, it's insane to me to think that you need to own a, like, can we not also say maybe rent an apartment? That would help. I mean, that's the same thing that you're going for here. If you're still living with family, right? Yes. That is totally valid, and for you to host at that place, that's also fine. Right? Like, there's nothing else. And yes, going to someone else's house. Also, like, why the fuck would I, like, do you understand what you're saying, Garibay? The fact that we are in current year, okay? Yes. Current fucking year, where buying a house is something that like, so many people cannot do. Because it is so fucking expensive right now. Yeah. Okay? Like,
but Alejo,
right?
That's why you'll, like, this mentality is why you lose your players.
Of course, you're right. You're absolutely correct.
Here's the other thing that, alongside Aiden's point just now, of course, you're also thinking of it from the perspective of someone who's not a true dungeon master.
That's also true.
If you're a dungeon master and you've mastered all these disciplines, of course, you're fucking rolling in money.
Of course, you're absolutely correct.
You would have fucking, like, used your immaculate transhuman social skills to fucking, like, cozy up to people who have a ton of money.
You're right.
Unless you also have money.
Of course. A house made of dice. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I don't know. So Munger says, was this video made in the 80s? And, like, Garibay's, I want to say maybe 40s. Maybe, right? Like, I don't know.
He kind of looks it.
I would guess 40s. He's nearing that middle age, okay?
Yes.
So, in which case I would say, maybe his mind is still thinking that. Like, the 80s mentality of, the houses are fine. He was born in the 70s? Well, there you go. Okay. So that's the thing. I feel like that's where that's coming from, because he's owned a house for a while, right? When it was way easier to get a house, when it's way more affordable to get a house. Like, it boggles my mind to go, you need to own this in order to be a dungeon master, a good dungeon master.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you need to own a house.
Yes.
Do you... Okay.
It's big words for someone who doesn't own a house.
That's right. I'm not, so this is the other thing. I don't read a lot, so obviously I play video games and I'm not an intellectual in his mind, remember? That's very good. Also, yeah. I will say, Mog brings up a good point. Roll20, Fantasy Flight, and Foundry need to be told this because they're going to go bankrupt. Yes. Oh, they're done. They don't own houses. No. They're not houses. Fuck you.
No. Jeez.
You think you can play online with people? You think you can go down to your local library and get on the computer and play D&D with people typing into the chat? No. Not allowed.
Yeah, no.
Nope. Wonder if he's confusing his car with a house. I do own a car. If that's the case, then I guess I could. If I live in my car, does that count as my house?
Does your car identify as a house?
So that actually leads me into mentioning the time that I went hiking with a couple friends, and on the way home, my friend got 2 flat tires. So some of us stayed behind with the vehicle to keep an eye on it, while the rest of us went and got help.
Yes.
And I was part of the crew that stayed behind with the vehicle.
Okay.
And we had to kill multiple hours.
Of course.
So what we did
I remember this
was I had found a spare set of dice in my pocket because I'm an addict.
What are you doing with those? What are you doing with those?
And I pulled out a small little baggie of plastic crack. And my friend had one of my friends was a player in my campaign,
and
I had a friend who had never played before, so I took 20 minutes and I designed a multi-layered dungeon for them to run through, and I said, hey, you know what, be 10th level, you're 10th level rogues. And I explained what each of them could do, and that's how Terry Crews and Jack Black broke out of jail and into a bakery.
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
That's great.
But you know what? We held this session with me in the passenger seat, one of my players in the driver's seat, and my friend who had never played before in the back seat.
Nice.
And our rolling table was the tiny little center console.
Yeah.
And the D20 fell off of that thing and into the void of space where it could not be found multiple times. So we would pause for 10 to 15 minutes and find the dice and resume where we left off.
Nice.
That's great. That's fucking
That sounds
funny.
like a fucking great time, shit.
Yeah.
It was. I was actually thinking of it a few days ago, and I was like, man, I had to ask them if they remember that campaign.
Well, it's too bad that you're not a dungeon master because of that.
Because I'm a dungeon batter.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah. What a shame.
Well,
now I don't think I want to play any games under you. I thought about it in the past. I wanted to run under you.
Now you know.
But now you're a batter.
That's the quality. That's the quality of his hosting skill. I mean,
I am on a level apart from Martha Stewart. I don't even need a house.
Oh my god. Dude, you're not on the same level as Martha Stewart. Get the fuck out of my table.
I like that Martha Stewart is our guideline for this now.
I am playing 7D chess, all right?
Oh my god.
So,
it turns out you should have been playing Clue.
Yeah, the planet is my house.
I just, man.
You don't own the planet.
If you think about it sideways, I do.
If I think about it while I'm on my head for about an hour, yeah.
All I gotta do is do a headstand where I balance my head against the ground for an hour.
Exactly.
The planet's mine.
Personally, I would love to own a house, but if I spent all my time thinking about it, I would get nothing done. Also, it would cause way more stress than it's worth. Dude, this is the thing. I can't see myself owning a house ever these days. Like, it's crazy.
Until something changes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
It
These
doesn't
days,
really seem like it's going to.
Yeah, no idea. I will go and get an apartment. Like, that's the mission, right? Like, that's what I will do. But man, I'm already I'm paying to live here with my family just because it's just what you do, right? Rent is higher than a mortgage here. Well, that's sick. There you go. Like, that's the thing.
But Scott Garibay is from a time where you can be a cashier at McDonald's and get get a house.
Yeah, absolutely. Just build the house deep in the wilderness.
Part-time.
Where's my internet? I need it.
Yeah.
You get less for the rent too. Oh, there you go.
Dude, I considered being a part of Project Astatine. I considered being a part of Boo's Call of Cthulhu or Seven Seas campaigns. And then they never invited me to their houses.
All right, of course.
Despite the fact that they lived incredibly further south.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's true.
And that was when I realized they were just bad DMs.
Yeah, they're just we're sorry. Yeah.
Wait, y'all don't live together like a D&D sitcom? Disappointed. No. We exist in this call only.
Yeah, that's it.
We're only
when
on the
call
internet,
ends,
obviously.
We cease to exist.
After you leave this call, like, your awareness of us is the thin barrier that keeps us from not existing.
Exactly. We are tulpas, okay? The more thought and the more people who believe in us, the more we exist.
Yeah, and the more power we have. No.
Please stay. I'm scared.
All right. Okay. Let's continue.
Okay, you compete with all the amazing video games, the amazing shows, the amazing movies.
Oh,
well, movies are being actually you don't really compete with movies anymore. Most movies suck now because movies are.
You compete with the movies that people could go to other houses and see.
Okay, so this is an interesting way to go. So first off, so first off, usually when you schedule these kinds of things, you're not competing with those things because they've devoted this free time to hanging out with you. And like, I understand video games are great. Movies are pretty good sometimes. TV also okay at times, but like, I'm much more likely. And I think a lot of people are to go and hang out with their friends. I don't know. I don't know.
Depends. Depends on your friends, doesn't it?
Well, this is also true. Now, I will say there are exceptions to this, obviously, but I don't know. I've never thought that I am competing with a video game.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on if it's an H game.
Alejo, how's it feel to know you rank below Mario?
Fuck, dude. I think most people do, so I'm okay with that.
How's it know to feel that you rank below Chris Pratt?
Oh no! That's also okay with me. So you three are Chaos Gods? Yes. Absolutely. Have you not seen the show? Obviously.
It's very
Dude,
true.
I literally refer to myself as Chaos Gremlin. Like, as just a thing.
Yeah, that's true. He does.
You're competing with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Great game.
Good game,
but
great game.
Man, that sucks, I
I'm
guess.
gonna lose that fight.
I'm gonna lose every time.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? Go play Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah, you can just watch this whenever you want.
Yeah, it's true.
Fuck,
Or
dude.
listen to it in the background while you're playing.
Have you
like,
heard
what
of
the fuck?
background noise?
Yeah. It's offensive to people who don't have friends. Oh, true. You're right. I apologize.
It's not
to
very
all of them.
inclusive to people with no friends.
That's true. I'm sorry. I apologize
Fucking happy
deeply.
people. You're not very inclusive to angry people.
Well, hey, you know what, Mongoose? That's pretty offensive to people who don't have friends that they can host.
Oh, true. Anyway, let's continue.
I love these.
They're as you said, gold mines. Gold mines.
This is a video that keeps giving like every 5 or 6 seconds, and we're only 3 minutes into an 11-minute video. I adore it.
So this is the thing. Every time we do a Garibay video, I think, oh, there's gonna be something that I can like latch onto and agree with, probably.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Every time I do, and then he starts like qualifying his statements, and I go, oh, I can't. Oh, I just can't. It's just
every time I pray I can agree with him, and then he starts talking, and then I go, no.
Yeah, no, that was, well.
All right, here we go.
Well, we'll get him next. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Shrinking from big screen size to small screen size, you don't really have to worry about movies. You can easily defeat modern movies today.
Oh, great.
Marvel Eternals
so
is
happy.
rotten. Like, that's where we're at. Like, it's just,
Hey, that's true.
All right.
Nice.
Oh my God, you found something you can
Latch on.
I did. It's a miracle. He's given me. He has descended from the heavens.
He fucking
to
heard
give
you.
me-
He heard your plea.
He did hear me.
My hand on my heart, my other hand up to the sky. All he has to do is say he hates Loki, and I will pledge my eternal fealty to him.
Hey, man, no one likes Eternals except for the people who do. But still, hey, man, okay, all right.
Yep.
amazingly good, right? And, also compete with, like, pets. Like, pets are becoming way more important.
What the fuck? That's a new one.
I can't leave my dog alone for 4 hours while I play D&D. Never mind the fact that I don't know, ostensibly work.
Okay. Things that I never thought I would ever hear is that me, as a DM, I am competing with someone's pet turtle.
Dude, how's it know to feel you rank below my goldfish?
You know your fucking hermit crabs that you keep? You're below those, dude. They take my attention way more than you.
You know what? Hold on. Give me a second to grab my phone. I've got a photo for the stream.
Okay.
Dear God.
Please. Yo, what did he say? Apparently.
Rewind it. Let's hear that shit again.
Absolutely. That's fucking phenomenal.
What the fuck, man?
But you do compete with television. Television getting amazingly good, right? And, you also compete with, like, pets. Like, pets are becoming way more important in life, right?
Yeah, no shit. They're always important.
I was gonna say, if you don't take care of your fucking pets, first off, like, what the fuck?
Don't have a pet.
Yeah, and also, like, if a pet is more important to you, if the pet is in this situation where they're more important to you than anything else, something has happened.
Something has happened.
Like that pet needs to go to the like vet or something. Like at that point, I'm like, okay, fair enough, right? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, cat.
So yes,
hold
feel
on.
free to show that on screen. On stream.
I will do so.
This is actually why we play at my friend's house, because he has his pet cat Bobo, and we don't have to compete for Bobo.
Of course.
Bobo can just be at the session.
Yes, that's the 6D chess. 8D chess move. Since we've already been to 7.
I want to look at the cute cat.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Boo. I am like addicted to taking photos of this cat.
Okay.
I literally have photos of when he jumped into the chair I was sitting in, so like he could like snuggle up against me.
Oh my God.
Funny.
I'm going to like flood your DM with cat photos.
There you go.
Boy, girl? Sounds like a boy.
Boy.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Nice. Okay.
Bobo sounds like a boy's name. Pretty cat.
His name is actually Rambo.
Nice.
Very cool. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. So
Yeah.
you're competing with pets. We all know this to be true.
Yes.
So every player has something better to do if you're not on point and doing everything you can to make an amazing game, right? And the reality is keeping your players' attention, keeping them engaged with the game is incredibly difficult and becomes more difficult every single day, as Matthew Mercer, Sly Flourish recently posited that he thinks the new Campaign 3 Critical Role set cost $500,000, right?
So
Matthew Mercer is like,
Okay.
when he says the sun changes as you get up in the morning, like the windows in the set where his players are playing changes. Right?
Okay.
Really?
Mixture
Okay.
of
So I've not watched any of Campaign
So if
3.
you don't have the production quality of Matthew Mercer, you don't even have friends.
Right.
Yeah,
So this is the
if
thing.
you
This
don't-
is such a so the reason why he's done that is, one, for the entertainment value of the people watching, and two,
Yeah.
he can fucking do whatever he wants. They make so much money.
Yeah, like, so basically what you're
Like-
saying is that if I don't have literal studio funding to the point where my campaign could become a TV show or a movie.
Well, so, and like I'll give him this. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what he's saying
sure
is
fucking hope
that this is just because, like, he's positing this is why Matt is doing this thing for his players, because
Yeah.
they need this in order to remain engaged. Which,
Oh my God.
that's utter horseshit. First off,
Yeah, that is. Yeah, fuck you.
if that is what you're saying, which again I don't know, but that's what I think he's trying to say. If that is the case, you don't understand friendship.
Yeah.
Like,
Friendship is what we do here, where we're constantly shitting on one another.
right, like, you don't understand what it's like to actually, like, be around people who actually want to hang out with you and, like, give a shit about what you're doing and, like, think that it's cool that you're doing this for them. Like, they also have the show and shit. That's fine. You know, whatever. Who cares? Like, that whole thing, like, regardless of what you think, that doesn't matter at all to what they're doing. Like, it gives Matt the excuse, I guess, to make these incredible, like, changes in sets, right? Like, that is great for them. And it's
I
really
have posted more. I have posted more
yes.
cat photos.
I have
Yeah, I
seen.
saw.
But yes, so it gives that, and it also helps with the entertainment value of the show. Now, regardless of however much it costs, that's irrelevant. Who gives a fuck, right? Like,
Yeah.
that, again, they make money hand over fist. I would expect them to up the production with the next campaign because,
Yeah.
like, it's a progression of their business, right? It's not, like, to
You're
imply...
building a brand.
Yes,
Their brand isn't driving 25 miles per hour in a car.
to imply even unintentionally that this is necessary for him to keep his group. That's insane.
Yeah, no.
That's insane. I think they would be
Dude,
just
you know
fine
what?
playing
You know
in a
what? You know-
fucking basement. Who gives a fuck?
I would actually love to be part of a campaign, Garibay DMs, because I expect him to have that production quality too.
Sure, I would love to see how he fucking does it, because if he's holding this as the standard, like, if he's holding everything that he said for these 10 points as his standard, this had better be a fucking phenomenal fucking game.
Yeah, he better live up to his own standard.
Exactly. Because otherwise, and then I know for a fact if we said anything about it, though, he would go, "Oh, but you just, like, no." Right? Like,
Yeah.
if you ever said anything was bad.
I would have that production quality, but that's too expensive. Like, buying a house?
Like, by like, oh my god. Also, I like what Draco Kraken says here. Leave it to Scott Garibay to set DMs against the world. Yeah, he does this a lot.
Yeah.
I don't understand. When your pet starts choking, but you're fighting the final bad guy you've been building up the whole campaign. Yeah.
You know, it just occurred to me, technically my DM does compete against pets because I sit at his sessions and I take pictures of Bobo because he's so cute.
That's fair. Wait, why do you need a budget for a campaign? Don't you just play the game? Exactly, dude. You don't even need to like. And we've
to be fair, you need a budget of like $60
to
buy the books.
No, you don't.
To buy the books.
No, you don't. That's the thing.
You know what? That's true.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
So what you can literally if you pulled some guy off the street, right, and then you went, here, have this, and you give him a phone with internet or a laptop with internet, and you get him to the site, the guy could DM. Like
exactly.
There's no. You do not need to spend a dime.
There's nothing on the books that cannot be looked up.
Or told.
You don't need a notebook or a pencil even, because you can just open up like your notes on your phone. You don't even need to buy dice, because you can tell Google roll a d20 and it will.
And even if you don't if you don't have access to the internet, again, you can just do it without anything. Like, it's possible. I've done a system, or I've replaced dice with a like number in my head system. Like, that is like, it's easy to do. It's just you count however many away they are from where you set your number, and then like you kind of figure out like what their roll is from that, right? Like, it's an easy thing to do, and then you just make a story with it. You figure out all the stats and stuff. It's not going to be necessarily like pure D&D, but it will be a TTRPG in some respect, right? It'll be some kind of game that you can play. And again, we have said like the essential books, if you like buy books, that was a thing that we did on a previous podcast, but I wouldn't think that us saying that you don't need to buy anything to play the game is really a contradiction, because like those were essential for D&D, right? Like if you really want to play D&D, the player's handbook will get you there. You will play D&D with that. If you want to just play a game, if you want to play D&D without anything, you don't need anything. You really don't.
True. Yeah.
So
it's basically just pretend with numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, man, this is insane. I'm sitting with my sister's cat right now, and she hates it when we pick her up at all. Yeah, fair.
Bobo doesn't like being picked up.
There you go. Show, don't tell, Garibay. Put your money where your mouth is. Walk the walk if you're going to talk the talk. Exactly.
Yeah.
Elaborate with the rolling dice in your head. So, basically, let's say, okay, Boo. Number 1 through 20.
20.
Okay.
No,
you got a 13.
I picked 13. I picked 13 as well.
You would have gotten a crit. Yeah.
Damn it.
Yep. Because I had 13 in my head. It's literally just like you count however many away you are, and that's really it.
Yeah. And that's however many you say you're 7 away, and then you say, okay, well, 20 minus 7 is a 13. He rolled functionally a 13 plus his modifiers.
Yep.
Fair enough.
That's it.
That's super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Exactly. It's super easy to do. D&D is just make believe with rules and regulations, and that's super easy to do as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like anyway, owning a house, huh?
Yes.
In fantasy, it's incredible, and you compete directly with Matthew Mercer. He is setting the bar for what is.
I don't think my players are going to be on Critical Role anytime soon.
My man, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So
competition is more competition is more than just one way, Scott.
If this is the case, then how the fuck is
following that same logic?
Yeah.
You are competing against every other like male in the world for the sex of your desired choice.
Sure, yeah. Like, oh my god. Okay. My guy, Garibay, how do you not see what you're saying and think, why am I saying this? Yeah, how in the hell do I get players in my games? Exactly, right? If I'm directly competing with Matt Mercer, like, fuck me.
Dude,
I'm competing with the Garibay, true. This is insane. It has to be that he's also now competing with everybody, and that's how he justifies in his head that's why Matt bought the lights and everything in the new studio. That has to be what he thinks.
Matt's secretly looking over his shoulder, terrified of the Garibay coming for him.
Not for him. Spiders.
And I call him Matt because he's my friend.
Because he is a friend. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because we play with him all the time.
All the time.
Don't you
That's
know?
why we don't compete, because we already play with him.
Yeah.
I don't like your game. I'm going to Matt Mercer and join his group. So this is the thing. Does he think that it's like people are going to go watch Critical Role? Which, like, sure, I guess, but that's not going to be the same as, like, you playing a game with your DM. Like, and we've talked about, like, you shouldn't expect what Matt does from what your DM can do, because Matt's got money.
There exists one critical difference between watching D&D and playing D&D for those of us who don't live in a fantasy land, and that is that eye roll.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Now, for those of us who have a tenuous grasp on reality and who are estranged bedfellows with it, it may be easy to dissociate and believe that I am Liam O'Brien. But unfortunately, I am very heavily tethered to myself and my experiences. So I don't find that as easy of a task to project myself into a video.
Yeah. I'm afraid to find out what kind of basement dungeon the Garibay really has.
It's a basement.
All right, please make another ridiculous claim. I'm living for it right now.
We're less than halfway through.
I know.
I love it.
You as a dungeon master, and guess what? His latest set, Sly Furish, his estimation was that it cost
You've already said this.
$500,000.
You've already said this, so what?
You need a house. Like, I will say right now.
Okay, so Scott, are you spending $500,000 on your sessions of D&D because you're competing with Matt Mercer since you were 12 years old? Because given your tone of saying $500,000 like that's an outrageous sum of money, I would assume you're not.
Yeah.
And if you're not spending $500,000, then why do I have to spend $500,000? and thus, why do I have to spend money and buy a house solely for the sake of my players? Not even myself, for my players.
No.
I know. This is oh my god, this is
How many houses do you own? Oh, I
don't improve my life because I want to live in a place with like multiple bedrooms and multiple bathrooms and multiple kitchens. I do it so that solely so that I can make the environment that my players are in when I host them more pleasing to them.
Oh my
you know how like millionaires and billionaires, how they own like a summer home or a winter home. They like go south for the winter and north for the summer. Turns out that's not why. They buy those multiple houses so that way they can DM.
Right, of course.
That's the only reason.
Of course, it has to be. Why else would you own multiple houses?
Beautiful house. What do you do with
it? Whenever I look at Joe Manganiello, like I am fucked.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Now I will tell you right now. I think I am beating Dungeon Masters out because when my players come, I have a house that has multiple rooms we can play in.
Shut up! You have a house with multiple rooms? Are you kidding me?
What? Who has that?
You don't have a single room place? Are you sure?
Bullshit.
I don't think those exist.
Like, dude, that's like people born after 2000. You don't exist.
Oh my
shit ain't
god.
real.
I can't believe that you are saying these things, and you have recorded yourself saying things,
and then you uploaded it after editing it and said, "Yeah, that's fine."
Oh no, this is the thing. I don't believe he edits these. I think he just like uploads the raw file. I think that's it.
Honestly,
like legitimately.
There has been a series of decisions that have led to this.
You can't You can't be serious about this. I was fucking playing and also DM'd a couple of times at the local library in this fucking town because it was a place that we could get together and it was convenient for everybody and it worked, okay? Like, and
on a side note, I imagine that might be a little bit tricky just because, D&D tends to get loud.
So that was the thing. We were very respectful of that. And also they had a day that was dedicated to it, so it was kind of just like the thing that happened that day.
There's a day at your library dedicated to TTRPG?
Yeah, they actually did have a program for a while. Yep.
What? That's fucking sweet.
Yeah, my friend who is my DM actually created it, though they didn't give her like any credit or any agency of the program. So that was neat. So we have divorced ourselves from that because we don't need it. Because we all have our shit, Yeah. But like, yeah, and we can meet online all the time. So,
anyway,
but like, legitimately, like that is where I went, and man, it has been fun since.
I
like,
bet.
From the beginning, it was a fun time. Like, fuck you, man. Just fuck you with this. Are you kidding me?
No.
All I can think about is the DMing thing of like. The players buying food for the DM as payment for him DMing.
Yeah.
And how opposite. Yeah, how opposite that is of hosting, and like now I'm part of a table where habitually everyone just kind of brings their own snacks, and like if someone has like. I don't know, fucking an oatmeal cream pie.
Sure.
And someone wants one, and they'll go, "Hey, oatmeal cream pie me," and then like, everyone around the table will grin, and then like he'll throw the oatmeal cream pie and be like, "It's an open invitation."
But see, here's the thing, Aiden. There's something that you haven't realized now at this point. When they did that, that was not them being polite. That was them trying to usurp you.
Oh, you're right.
That was them trying to gain a foothold in the fucking wasteland that is hosting.
Oh, yeah. The fucking Mad Max hellscape that is the tenuous relations.
Yes.
Dude, okay, Boo. I just want to say that I expected you to say something like somewhat serious, right? So like I viewed that as serious for half a second and interpreted it as serious, and I got real scared how you like interpreted something in the warped mindscape that is Scott Garibay, and I was legitimately terrified for a second.
Yeah, no.
I just immediately when you said usurped, like that fucking hit me, dude.
Yeah,
that
dude,
was
it's
great.
it's like when you fucking like people who have what is the term? Food allergies and other food preferences, like gluten-free stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's not them having a legitimate issue. That is them asserting dominance.
Of course.
Yeah. My friend threw me a chicken tender and like established dominance over me, I guess.
Yes.
Yes, I am the hunter and you are now the gatherer, bitch.
I hunted this down at my local Burger King.
All this time, I've been viewing speedrunning as being the beta male, but no, it was accepting food from a friend at D&D.
This is some shittery.
I fucking love this. I fucking love this. Okay.
Oh, dude, every time it's a treat.
It always is. That's why we save these.
It's
why we don't do them very often, because we don't want to fucking overdo it.
This called for it though. I could not. Like, last fucking week, I went insane, and I needed something that didn't make me go insane. This makes me go insane in the right way, though.
Yes.
Oh man, I just joined at about 90-minute mark, but is the actual premise of this video seriously to play D&D? You have to have a house first. Yeah.
Yes.
It's
not to
sorry.
play D&D. It is to DM.
Yes. Specifically to you need to host your players.
Yes, he legitimately believes that this is a requirement.
You can't go to whoever's house is the most fitted for large groups of people. You must DM because you are competing as a DM against other potential DMs.
Yes.
And by allowing someone all other Matthew Mercer himself, you are competing against him for your players.
Yes.
And ostensibly the natural progression of this is if you if you DM the game at someone else's house while they host, you are putting them in a more favorable position to oust you as the DM.
Yes.
Look, and this is legit. Like, this is one of his 10 bullet points that he has identified.
Call them what they are, as the Lord Garibay
right, I'm sorry, they're his
demandments,
of course. And by the way, I see, Mog, you said this is the 5th? No. This is the 7th. I went in order. This is the 7th. This is the 7th demandment, as written by Garibay. Praise be unto him. So, I'm going to hire catering to outbid the Garibay for my players in the future. There you go. Thinking like a real alpha.
Sigma.
Sorry, Sigma. That's right.
It's all about the host, baby. All about the host.
This is just alpha and beta males reskin for nerds. Dude, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I don't know what
is
that's just the new one that people are making memes about. So
yeah, Sigma's great. I sort of want to do a response video, but I don't want to watch 100 videos on this. Oh, there's only 10? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's only 10.
Sorry, technically 11, but the first one doesn't count.
Now, am I sounding bored because I'm willing to admit I could be in the wrong?
Of course.
You're
above Garibay. Sorry, go on. I don't mean to blaspheme. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So this could be because copium is too ingrained in me,
of course.
And I've been huffing copium daily for years now.
Yes.
But this also could be because I only started DMing when I was like 22. So I can't hope to compare to our Lord Garibay, blessed be he. And blessed be his car. Blessed be his transmission.
Yep.
Go on, please.
Now, I could be wrong, and this is just because I've been huffing copium and want to believe that it's okay for me to DM. But I always thought that you didn't need to be the host of the session in order to have fun.
What?
Well, that's wrong.
No,
sorry.
No.
I've been bought pizza by my players.
Sorry. No. You don't understand. Fun has never been a part of the equation.
Yeah, no, what? No.
He's never mentioned fun. There is nothing.
That's honestly a good point. He never mentions fun.
It's not fun, it's dominance.
Right, exactly. There is no fun here. I have never heard the word fun uttered in any of these videos so far. In terms of
he is above such a mortal concept.
Exactly.
He is a Lovecraftian nightmare.
Yeah.
You know the saying, how's it go? Everything's about sex except sex. Sex is about power.
I thought you were gonna do the Lovecraft quote.
That would be funny.
Everything's about DMing except DMing. DMing's about power.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I thought you were gonna do the Lovecraft quote, and I was gonna lose my shit if you did.
I will never. I refuse.
There's gonna be one day. I know. There's gonna be one day, and you're gonna make him lose his fucking mind, and it's gonna be great.
I will.
It's gonna be fucking fantastic.
I'm so glad you got as big a kick out of that shirt as I did getting it.
Dude, I opened it up and like I unfurled the shirt and like I looked at it and it was upside down at first and I'm like, huh? It's a cool font, and I turned it right side up and then like I out loud said, "Boo, you bastard."
Nice.
That's funny.
Because that day I sent you a message like it was me.
That's right. I remember that.
It was me, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
And then like I get back, and there's a package for me, and I'm like, this must be Boo, okay? And I open it up, and I'm like, God damn it!
Oh man, my mother was a DM when I was in the womb. There you go.
Oh my god.
He's above fun. His big brain DMing is the greatest skill because it's demanding.
I just had a 10D chess move. Okay.
Fuck me. Okay. Yeah.
What if a woman who is like, say, I don't know, 8 months pregnant, is DMing,
right?
Okay.
And her body is a literal host for another human being.
Oh my god.
I mean,
our parasitic form.
There you go.
I need to get a tapeworm in order to DM because that's what I'm hearing.
Oh god. All right.
Elephantiasis. No, thank you.
Oh man. All right,
if you get elephantiasis, I'm not playing with you. That's too good of a host.
Let's continue.
6 feet over, you're gonna have some, or some ladies playing Warhammer 40K. I think that happens.
Good game.
Now and then. And yeah, that's interesting. So basically, you have, the only reason why I'm questioning why women would be playing Warhammer 40K is I don't see it a lot, and I think the reason why is
shut up.
Only one chapter in the entire game actually has female warriors.
Shut up. Okay, now you're in the bad spot, my man.
Yeah, now you've dug your own grave.
My man, okay. A lot of people like a lot of different things. A lot of people like a lot of different things. Just because you're female does not mean that you need to play the fucking battle nuns, okay? You don't need to be a sister of battle.
You don't need...
What the fuck are you doing? Don't dare.
I am rocking back and forth in my chair, and, like, excitement is, like, causing my whole body to tingle.
Are you like, I have given my friend who is my DM, I have given her Sisters of Battle to start with because that was her interest. She's like, oh, battle nuns, sick. And I was like, fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah. Your clear interest has made my delivery of my plastic crack extremely easy. Yes. Right? Also,
it has opened the door for me, and I, like a vampire, will slither my way in.
Yes, exactly.
Offer you crack.
And then, guess what? Oh my god. Hey, Space Marines? Pretty cool. Yup. I'm willing to talk to you about 40K. Like, and you can see there are many people...
marriage material?
No. And you can see there are many people who are both male, female, anything, that fucking like Warhammer. You just need to be aware of the world outside of your goddamn bubble, okay? What is wrong with you?
Hey now, don't call his car a bubble.
I have to. It's all I see him in.
And
I don't believe that those fucking thumbnails are real anymore.
It actually reminds me that you guys both like 40K in 40 minutes.
I do. I very much enjoy it.
And play on tabletop. They're fantastic. They do lots of battle reports and shit. They're really good. Yeah. It's how we actually, or part of the reason I got into the game was seeing, battle reports. They're really good. Yeah. And there is a woman player who has actually played with them, and she actually goes by the title, the War Mistress, which is pretty sweet.
Sick.
And guess what faction she uses?
It was
Nurgle.
No, it was Imperial Guard.
That's right. It was Imp Guard.
It was Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's like, and the other thing is, I know they sell a lot of males for Imperial Guard, but female like parts exist. because there are females in the Imp Guard. Like that's a thing. Like
there are men and women in the Imperial Guard.
This just shows that he doesn't know shit.
You know how I got someone interested into Warhammer 40k?
How?
I told them about Tuska Demon Slayer and his battle with Khorne.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. He fought Khorne?
Yeah. He did. He went
I thought
to
he fought a demon.
Well,
I didn't know he fought.
He fights.
He
demons,
didn't.
But
he went to like Khorne's plane of chaos.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And started kicking demon ass, and like Khorne was like, "Dude, this is sick as hell."
Yeah, because that's great. It's like, dude, you're good.
He gave him eternal fucking joy.
I was disappointed to find out. When I had first heard the story of Tuska Demon Slayer, I had heard that he had actually stabbed Khorne, and I was like, bruh, that's sick as hell, like, a tiny little orc, like, doing the equivalent of shoving a thumbtack in you.
I was gonna say,
like, dude, even though he would be swatted away like a gnat, I find that so cool, but then I was disappointed to find out he did not stab him.
I was gonna say, I don't think that's
yeah.
But
not even Scarbrand could.
This is this might interest you to know that my friend is neither a demon nor an orc.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
And people can be interested in things that they are not.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy.
And it may be hard to believe, but I'm not actually a Lovecraftian horror.
I told another friend of mine about how Reboot Gilliman reacted upon seeing the state of the Empire. Yeah. And I showed him the quote that he was like, better like Chaos won than this.
Yeah.
Damn, really?
Oh yeah, he's super disappointed.
Reboot's got like ultra depression.
Yeah, he's fucked.
But he's got a big tit goth Eldar GF.
No, he doesn't. She's not around. She doesn't give a fuck.
I know, and she's not goth, unfortunately.
And my friend was like, "Yo, that's cool as fuck." And I was like, "Yeah, but you know what? My friend isn't a Primarch."
Yeah, that's crazy. Transhuman? You mean he's not? Wow.
What?
Yeah. My friend, that friend has never DM'd, so he cannot be transhuman.
True. Scott, I play Necrons, Iron Mech, Gene Stealers, and Thousand Sons. What does that make me? Exactly, Draco Kraken. Exactly.
It makes you a chaos spawn. That's what it makes you.
Like it's just insane. It's just what a fucking like
You know what? I'll actually acknowledge that Garibay may have a point that people can only be interested in things they identify as when he talks about playing Warhammer 40k and the Nurgle enjoyers.
This is insane. I think I'm a woman now. I don't play 40k. Cheers. In Garibay's eyes, apparently. Anyways, it's just like
I don't understand how Warhammer's getting away with the outrageous non-representation for gender. And
fuck off! Don't be one of these people.
Oh my god!
Don't be one of these people, Garibay.
The feminist card now. Don't you dare let that slip out of your mouth after what I just heard.
Let me tell you something, Garibay. You don't know this, okay? Just because there's only one faction that has a dedicated female units, they are on the same tier, almost, as Space Marines. They quite literally use the same equipment. They only lack being a Space Marine. Okay?
Yeah.
No, they don't have the black carapace.
That's what I'm saying. They don't go through that. But just because you don't have a black carapace doesn't mean you can't use power armor. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They use
no, it just means you can't integrate with it as well.
Right, that's true, but it doesn't mean you can't use it. That's what I'm saying is they are almost on the level. They are just not one male, which is the only way that you can be a Space Marine because of lore, okay? Yeah. And it's just something that is a constant.
And before you go like, oh, well, it's sexist lore that women aren't allowed to be cool, you know what? It's
They're
that
fucking
same
sick.
It's the same lore that you want to like dislike as being like sexist that women can't be cool is the same lore that's the reason why Sisters of Battle can only be female because the church, the ecclesiarchy is expressly forbidden from having men at arms.
Yes.
So the way they get around it is they have women at arms.
And they train them in such a way that they are nearly equivalent. And by nearly, I mean it's not that far. It is not that
to
far.
mention, you have the Living Saints, which are fucking so goddamn cool.
Legitimately,
all on their own.
Celestine exists. If you look into Celestine, she's crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
She was at Cadia and she lived.
Right.
She fucking fought Abaddon.
Yeah, Cadia's a whole thing. But like it's insane that you just oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. We still got 5 minutes.
Anyway, yeah.
I know. It's one of those things that you just have to break. You just have to stop it. You just have to nip it right then.
Yep.
So fucking stupid.
That it gets away with while you know just being like it's spitted and is being turned over a flame to watch its juices fall into the fire. I definitely don't understand.
Nobody gives a fuck about what you're saying about
what? Who's roasting 5e?
No, he's talking about 40K.
You really need a house, right? Like, because if you are in these FLGSs or if you're in a library space, right, there's just a lot of interruptions, right? And library spaces also are very good and generally quiet, but there's a long line and you can't always get them. And generally, libraries are closed at night, right? So it really limits your hours. But if you have a
Okay. First off, Garibay, you don't understand, apparently, that in a house, you can have just as many distractions. Because you can have your fucking phone. You can have a fucking TV. You can have a fucking...
pet.
Like, legitimately, are you actually kidding me about this? Like, you... Secondly... Secondly... A library can have distractions, sure. He wasn't driving with his hands? Are you kidding me? What? Anyway, just because a library has different hours...
You criticize our Lord Garibay.
He drives with his brain, it's true. So, this is the other thing. Fucking... Just because the library has different hours doesn't mean that you haven't made your schedule around those hours. Like, not everybody has the same fucking hour set, like, as every working person. No, not everybody has a 9 to 5, okay?
Yeah.
Like, some people have a fucking, like, 11 to fucking 3, like, in the morning. Like, it's you know what I mean? It's fucking, like, it works for whoever it works for, and if they can do it, and they get a space to do it, they're gonna fucking play. You don't have to have a fucking house. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
A lot.
I know. I think the reason you see more men playing 40K is because women on average don't prefer action, usually preferring romance. However, that doesn't mean women can't like action. It's just a lot don't. Yeah, well, no. So this is the thing. I don't agree with that. All of the women I play with enjoy social encounters and exploration more than combat, but not always romance. So this is he's not saying that it's not possible. He literally said that. He's saying that this is on average, and there is an average that this is a preference that is found on average. And like I agree that is a preference on average, but it is not an absolute, just like he says. Yeah. He has said nothing wrong. Like that is all correct.
It doesn't mean it's any less insulting.
I don't believe. Well, so I don't think it was meant to be insulting. I think it's just a statistic. I don't believe the average shows that women prefer romance, though. I'm not saying he said something wrong, though. Well, okay. So so I don't know. So this is the thing. We would have to fact check that. And if you would, Mongoose, if you could, I guess, find a study of recently that you could cite for that. While like this is a thing that I've heard a lot, and so I will say I've heard it a lot. I don't know if it's entirely true, and at the moment we're not covering that kind of thing, so I'm not gonna go through it. But if the reference can be checked and given, then that would be great. That way we can have that as the reference, right?
I'm not interested in painting in such hugely broad strokes as what women, and then like be like, oh, like women prefer this.
Well, so it's on average.
Like,
first off, it's not that broad a stroke.
So, I would still say roughly half the Earth's population is a pretty big stroke. Secondly,
an average of the half.
An average of 3.5 billion people.
Yeah.
Is a pretty big stroke.
Well, okay. Go on.
Secondly, I've personally heard a lot of people that claim like, oh well, men prefer action and women prefer like romance or whatever. Generally, the people that I've heard parrot that are not the most unbiased sources.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'll put it gently as that. So as such, I don't feel I can in good conscience have an opinion on what women prefer.
That's fair. And again, what I'm saying is the average itself is not always the case. You're correct. But there is probably something to it that's not like, entirely false. I think there is probably a percentage that is into romance more. But again, this is why I'm asking for a reference. That way we can have that be
There's
the thing.
Yeah, there's in my I'm of the mind that there's a percentage of women who are into romance more than action, just the same as there's a percentage of men who are into romance more than action.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
This whole thing of like, oh, women are into this, whereas men are into this, is generally like.
Well, so that's why I'm pushing back on it a bit, because that's not what was stated. That was just stated as an average, which isn't stating that all. Right? We're not stating women do prefer romance more than action. We're saying that there is an average of it, right? Which is not stating that there's an absolute. There is some, right?
Yeah, I don't feel like I don't know enough about the math to make a confident statement either way.
That's totally fair. And that's why I'm asking for a reference. That's the thing.
Yes.
By stating an average, you mean more than half women. That's not true.
No, actually that's not how averages work.
No.
Averages just mean the largest percentage.
Yeah.
The largest percentage can be like 30%. Whereas the remaining 70% are all split up between 5 different opinions.
Absolutely. And so you shouldn't take that as the implication, because that's not what I'm implying. What I'm implying is that there could be a very large percentage of women that do prefer romance over action. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the number is. That's, again, why I'm asking for a reference, if there is a reference. But if there isn't, then, hey,
technically, there can only be one true average woman.
But anyway, I just want this to not be seen as like something that's sexist, because it's not. We're just going off of a study, if there is one, because I'm not trying to. Yeah, that's not a median. No, a median is the middle.
No, median is the exact middle.
Yeah, that's the exact middle.
Technically, it would be more similar to what would be called the mode.
Yeah.
Which is the number that occurs the most often.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not talking about the exact middle. I'm talking about an average. It's a different term. It's a different definition.
The problem is with talking about statistics like this. There's a way that a statistics professor I once had phrased, statistics is how you get the math to tell you what you like to hear. Because there's so many potential ways that one can interpret one sentence and said, oh, the average is this. That like there's 4 different ways that like the person who tells you that sentence is relying on the nebulousness of saying like, oh, the average is this, the whatever is this. that
Yeah.
like
I guess so. In order for me not to be taken into any other context, I will explain my position thoroughly. That way, there's no reason for doubt. I am trusting that the study would be unbiased. That's unfortunately on me. Where I'm trusting that that is the case if we find a study, though I could be totally wrong. And if that is the case, then I apologize that I would be using that kind of metric. That's the thing. I'm kind of putting more faith in people than I maybe should. I don't know. Well, so this is I don't know. I try to, because I think of things as an unbiased person, so I kind of try to think that other people think of things as an unbiased person, but that's not the case, and I recognize that more so, right? Now, more so now. So yeah, again, I don't mean to offend or anything. I just am trying to, have it be a thing that is represented by unbiased data. I'm trying to make it objective, whereas a lot of biases and subjectivity can come into it, right? And I didn't recognize that in the beginning, and so I think that's where all of this misunderstanding is coming from. So I apologize. I will try not to do that in the future so that we can avoid this misunderstanding. Cool.
So let's continue.
Yes.
Yeah. Back when things were fun.
Yes. Well, I was having fun. I was talking about stuff.
But we weren't.
I know. I like talking.
Didn't have anything to do with Garabay's bullshittery.
True.
Or had less house where you can bring in, you can have, 1, 2, or 3 rooms dedicated to a Dungeons and Dragons game.
What?
Be way
okay, so
you know what?
I need.
Why
to
do
pull
you
it
need
back.
multiple rooms?
I need to pull it back.
What the?
Legitimately, why do you need multiple rooms?
Am I taking my players on a fucking field trip?
Yeah, I assume what he means is that you have more space to host, and that can be like good in the sense of keeping it varied, so that you retain their interest in his warped sense of how you maintain your player base, right?
Yeah.
But like, I just need to hear it again. I don't know.
Yeah.
Understand that, right? So, basically, you really need a house, right? Like, because if you are in these FLGSs or if you're in a library space, right, there's just a lot of interruptions, right? And library spaces also are very good and generally quiet, but there's a long line and you can't always get them, and they're generally, libraries are closed at night, right? So it really limits your hours. But if you have a dedicated house where you can bring in, you can have, 1, 2, or 3 rooms dedicated to a Dungeons and Dragons game, you're going to be way high on the list compared to other dungeon masters, right? And lots of people like to say,
high on the list.
But
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry.
Because when you
the competition,
D&D,
right?
when you're into D&D, you obviously keep a list of all the potential dungeon masters you could play under, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I definitely every
life
time
is a looking for group board.
right every time.
And the people who own houses are the ones that have admin access.
Right. Yeah. And this is the thing, apparently. Every time I'm thinking about having somebody, be my dungeon master or whatever, I'm apparently asking them every time, how many rooms do you have in your house that are dedicated to D&D?
Yeah, and if it's any less than 1, then...
Right.
Man,
I'm sorry, but apparently...
I swear to God, I better be like, the next time I'm like, hey, can you DM? Like, and they just go, yes, 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, right?
By the way, 1, 2, or 3. Man, that's...
Dude, I swear I need an actual conversation to play out in real life. That's like, who should we have DM the next session? Zach.
Right.
You can you DM? It's like, oh yeah, sure, I have a house. Okay, and how many rooms do you have? 2. Okay, and like whip out a notebook and take notes, and then be like, John, can you DM? Yes, and I have 3 rooms, and you go, ooh, and you cross out Zach and write John.
Yeah.
I need to see that in real life.
I know that would be insane. Jesus Christ. So
Usually-
how is a college dorm not the optimal DM's home? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
It does, right? Now, right?
Guys,
Incredibly, I feel
Guys.
so bad for people.
I am the ultimate DM. You want to know why?
Why?
We don't even play in your house?
I own a hotel.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa.
I've got literally hundreds of rooms.
Mm.
God damn it. So okay, go on.
How can you compare, Alejo?
And even
I own a city. Get fucked.
Ooh,
shit, man. How'd you afford
Dang.
that? It's $500,000.
I can't afford it, but I have it.
I also am bad at SimCity.
As we established earlier, I own the world. So
That's true. That's true.
But how many houses have you had installed in the world?
I'm gonna say all of them.
a few.
Okay.
A few.
I'm such a good host. You can each have your own house.
Oh my god! Wow. That's the ultimate host, giving us a house.
Hell yeah.
Jesus.
I am incredibly. I feel so bad for. I bought my house like 18 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. No shit.
And and I'm probably in like the last third of paying it off.
My life.
I'm very fortunate. I have a very nice low. I actually did a lot of things to make sure I had a very nice low mortgage. And and we're right on track to pay that thing off. And
good.
Now, question for you, Scott, and I'll call you Scott because at this point I consider you my friend.
Man.
Did you get a house and a mortgage? Did you get that for your own sake, or hopefully for your player's sake, as you infer earlier in the video?
Yeah, I
right?
sure hope it was for his players, because otherwise, what the hell's the point?
Better have been for your players. I'm going to moving forward. I'm going to trust that you got your house solely for your players, but please kindly specify next time.
Right, of course, yeah.
To be honest, but the reality is today, oh my gosh, you want a house in America, you are SOL.
So you fucking recognize it.
Out of luck. Like it is going to be harder by the day. Huge private equity firms are just sweeping up every piece of land they can get in the U.S., and it is becoming shockingly difficult to own.
You realize that as you're recognizing it and telling us why we can't get a house, that you are dismantling this whole bullet point. You realize that this makes it so that we could never
dude,
we could never become a fucking dungeon master in this guy's eyes because of this.
He's playing D20 chess, if you will.
Oh my god.
This man is pulling the genius move of saying how hard it's going to be to buy a house and how shit out of luck.
Oh. Hello?
Since I'm 12, since I've been 12, and I own a house. He is establishing dominance on people who aren't homeowners, and thus stealing their players.
I see.
Yeah, so that way, because he needs players, man.
Yeah, dude, DMing is all just a game of marbles, where your marbles are players.
Yes. I've never played marbles.
Marbles is fun. I've done it. Oh, okay. Wait. Apparently stream is lagging for people. Let me know if it comes back up. Too strong for the stream. Oh, can you hear you? Okay, cool. Yeah, I think my net had a moment. Looks it. We're good now, though. Hey, miscellaneous. If the commands suck, maybe suggest a few more. It's like, I don't know. I need. This is the thing. I had a whole suggestion thing that I put out there for people to do, and hey, you could have done it.
You could do it.
Could have done it.
It is possible.
But maybe just leave and go and put up some things. Garibay's masterclass DM that can run an adventure in an hour and 45 minutes. That's true. You could run all of a fucking thing. Just kidding about the commands. Oh, okay.
Could run all of a thing.
Yeah, you could run all of a thing. Absolutely. You know what I mean.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah. We need Garibay's more financial words of wisdom. Well, he's almost paid off his mortgage, which is great. I'm glad for him.
Good for him.
Like,
well, he can help me buy him house.
Exactly. Screw your commands. Damn you, Juice.
Home in America, right? So, and that's the other thing I love is like
your blinkers on, Scott.
Game, right? How come your game is immediately impacted by
Okay.
major cultural trends?
He's actually
Right?
turning. I thought he was just going straight with his blinker on, and I was like, please. I need this production quality of $500,000.
Stop thinking. It's a life path. It's not a game. All right.
Oh my god.
D&D
Stop. Why? Why do you put so much value into this that no one else does? It is a game. It is a game.
Wait,
at the end of the day.
What did he say?
He said, okay, I'll drag it right the fuck back. Jesus Christ.
Please
this
do.
annoys me.
You're competing with Pokemon Sword.
Trench. Right? Like, don't stop thinking. It's a life path. It's not a game. All right. So,
Wait.
Okay, wait. I gotta pull it back even more. Okay.
Please.
is becoming shockingly difficult to own a home, right? So, and that's the other thing I love is like people are, it's a game, right? How come your game is immediately impacted by major cultural trends, right? Like, don't stop thinking. It's a life path. It's not a game. All right.
So your game is always being influenced by cultural trends. Always. First off, that's the first thing. Okay?
Yeah.
Always. Don't stop thinking about that though, because it is not a game. It is a life path. Being a DM, he's claimed this before. It is not just a game. It is a fucking life goal, life path, life mastery. Remember, because this is your 10 disciplines that you have mastered in life that have gotten you past your human state and brought you to the transhuman state.
Yes. The avatar state.
Yes, the avatar state.
So it may have just been because I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
But I somehow missed the last time Ridley Scott was in my D&D campaign.
Right, like the last time, like legitimately, it does not matter to me what's happening outside in the world when I'm playing my fucking D&D game. Okay, I might take some inspiration. Right, I might take some inspiration from some things. Sure.
I missed the last time, and this is going to sound a bit shameful, but I didn't even notice when Trump was an NPC in my D&D campaign.
There you go, right? Like,
well, that's because you're a good DM. Because Trump as an NPC would be fucking stupid. Anyway, I think what he's actually going on about is he's asking when was the last time your D&D game was impacted by real world things? I think he's actually referring to the fact that nowadays it's impossible to get a house. And so your game is being affected by real world shit because it's impossible to get a house in the real world, which is necessary for the game.
I was gonna if that is the point,
I believe that's actually what he's referring to. If you go back further, just a touch further, he's talking more about how the houses.
Okay, we'll listen to it again. But
it's still stupid.
How I interpreted it, Boo, because he was like, why can real life decisions impact how we play D&D? Why can the real life decision of do I buy a house on this street or this street impact how we play D&D? Which one would hopefully respond, it doesn't. But unfortunately, that would be logic, which is barren in the Garibay wasteland.
This is so I guess my hang up was the cultural thing, because that means more than just that. right?
Yes,
like
exactly.
that's my problem with that interpretation, is that it just doesn't seem like that is entirely encompassing that word, right?
Mhm.
And if we're gonna be using that, then it's, and again, maybe I misheard. I don't know. So we'll listen to it again.
Mhm.
I just
to pay that thing off, and it'll be as today. Oh my gosh, you want a house in America? You are SOL. Right. Surely out of luck. Like it is going to be harder by the day. Huge private equity firms are just sweeping up every piece of land they can get in the U.S. and it is becoming shockingly difficult to own a home in America. Right. So. And that's the other thing I love is like people are, it's a game, right? How come your game is immediately impacted by major cultural trends?
Yeah, that's it.
Don't stop thinking. It's a life path. It's not a game.
So major cultural trends implies more than that, though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem.
It does. So
right?
he still used it wrong.
Yes. So
that's what he was referring to.
If that's the thing, I don't know for certain. If that is what he is referring to, because he goes completely off topic about a bunch of different things, right? And he didn't start talking about the housing thing for a while. So I have no reason to believe that he is completely 100% talking about it this time. So if that is the case, then it would affect your game because you don't have a place to live. Sure. Okay.
So it's somewhat terrifying how if you ascribe his twisted logic to his own arguments, you can start to kind of see it. Because if you think D&D is a life path, you can sort of start to understand how he thinks that asking someone to DM is shaping their life.
Oh, absolutely. That's the thing. This whole thinking that it is not just a game is insane. It is placing so, and again, like I said before, he places so much of his identity,
self-worth, effectively,
and self-worth, with being a good DM, that it is just not healthy.
Yeah,
right?
It's honestly not.
It feels like that if he was ever convinced that he was bad at this in any way,
it would destroy him.
It would actually destroy him utterly. And that is just not a thing that should happen. No.
Yeah.
With anything. With really anything. Yeah. Unless it is something that is actually, going to be an issue for you. Yeah. If you don't have a house after, having a house for a long time, if somebody takes your house away, that could affect you to an extreme degree. It does not matter about your D&D game. No one gives a shit at that point.
Yeah.
It is about you finding a place to sleep, right? That will affect you, okay? But the last thing I would think is that this is going to affect my D&D game. That's insane. That's just not a good mindset, and I don't understand why is he
unhealthy.
Promoting this mindset, you know?
That's actually what I've been considering too, is if someone ripped Garibay's house away from him, he would go, oh no, my D&D campaign.
Yeah, that's what I feel like is the case, and that sucks. That's, again, not healthy, man.
Yeah.
Don't stop thinking it's a life path, not a game. Yeah, exactly. Cultural impact of the economy goes to house inflation, goes to can't buy a house, goes to can't DM, goes to lose tabletop friends. Yeah, that's the thing. If you lose these people because you lost your house, that's fucked up.
Yeah, your ability to have friends is directly tied to whether or not you're rich enough to afford a house.
Yeah, exactly. You can just sleep on the tabletop board. That's true. Sleep is for the weak. You need a house for DMing. Exactly.
Which then my favorite thing to do with Garibay videos is then take the logic to its progression.
Sure.
And the progression of this is, if you can't afford a house, why do you even have friends?
Yeah, right. So, and Pizza Fuck says, you're making me feel a little bad for Garibay. Oh, you should. This mindset is something that you should feel a little bad for him about, because he believes this mindset, though I feel like, or at least I guess I hope that.
Did I lose my internet?
I hope not.
No, I have mine.
can hear
I
you.
think Alejo lost his.
Oh my god.
I can hear both of
That's
you.
rare.
Hello? Huh?
Did you know that it's a 100-year anniversary of Haribo?
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, they had actually got like the regular gummy bear bags. They've got limited
no,
time.
Alejo can hear us.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Can you not hear me?
Alejo, we can't hear you.
Yeah, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
That's weird.
Leave the call and
Hello? Huh?
talking. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, no, nothing.
Oh, wait, no, I saw a green ring appear.
Hello?
Is he coming back to life?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hey.
I heard that.
Okay. That was strange. My internet's having a bad time. Apparently.
Yeah. Seems like
that was disturbingly close to the production quality of Scott Garibay's videos, and I just want to go on record and say I hate it.
Okay. Let me close some stuff.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, apparently my entire internet went down for a second because the fucking the stream is welcome back to the stream. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of a point.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about how this viewpoint is
so
feel bad.
Yes, you should feel bad about his viewpoint here because don't move your mouse a lot. Oh, I haven't been. No, I think it's just my internet having a bit of a hiccup this week for some reason. But you should feel a little bad about that viewpoint because I hope that if I were to ask him, hey man, do you actually believe this? Like, are you 100% about this?
Yeah, you do the equivalent of like the Palpatine. Vader, are we okay? Is this a bit you're doing?
Yeah. Like are you like is there something like that are if I were to tell you that you're bad at DMing, would that actually like affect you at all? He would probably say no. I hope. Right? Like, and I hope for a fact that he would just not, have it affect him to such a degree. Right? Yeah. Like that's where I'm at. Right? Like, because again, this is just a sad mindset to have in this kind of space because again, it is just a game. You shouldn't like stake your whole fucking life around it.
No, it's a life path.
Right, exactly, but you shouldn't have it be.
Yeah.
So here's the thing though, is this is my legitimate worry, is if you said Scott, and I call him Scott because he's my friend.
Of course.
All of our friends.
The way that you describe DMing makes you think you would be a really bad DM. I can near promise you that he would just say, no, you're just a bad enough DM that you wouldn't understand my genius.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think that would be the case.
He would continue on with this delusion.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. That's the thing. I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's fucking strange.
I refuse personally, unlike
Hello? Did I fucking die again? Oh my god.
Garibay, because much like the uploading of his unfortunate videos, this is a series of decisions that he has made, and at every single point in time decided to like move forward.
Yeah.
And because this is a series of decisions, one would say a scenario that he has built for himself, I can't feel bad that this scenario happened.
Yeah.
Buffering again.
Yeah.
Alejo, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Hello?
Nope. Doesn't sound like it. Internet's having hiccups.
Sweet.
But yeah, like I was saying, there's if you get the regular Gold Bears bag, they have little blue party hats that are blue raspberry flavored.
Oh.
Yeah, they're very nice. Same price. It's just the regular bag.
Fuck.
I'm just gonna type out my response to Pizza Funk saying he felt bad.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, you hear us or you hear Alejo juice?
Oh.
Because I can hear both of
Let's
you.
play Monopoly while it's buffering.
I can hear both of you, and I think they can hear you if OBS. Okay. Is Discord doing this?
I hear everyone, I think Juice says. Alejo, do you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yep. Leave and come back.
I'm restarting Discord. Okay. Hello? Oh, it's not connecting. Woo! No root. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Shit, my net is just dying right now. That's fun. Oh. OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting. That's cool. That's cool. Can you guys hear me in the chat right now? What's my speed test saying? I don't know. Let me check. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Weird. Literally, it's not letting me connect to Discord right now. Yeah, I'm doing fine download-wise. I'm doing fine. Let me look at my upload in a second. I think it's literally just Discord. Yeah, I'm doing fine upload-wise. Let's see my ping. Dogs. Oh, it's still doing the upload thing for some reason. Come on. I may lower the bitrate of the stream. That might help. Let me see if that does. That's good. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hey, he's back.
Thank fuck. I lowered the bitrate of the stream. Maybe that'll help. I don't know.
Oh.
Were you able to hear me saying why I refused
I heard the very tail end of it, so it got caught on the recording at least. I don't know if it got caught on the stream.
Okay, well, here is the full version. Boo, you're getting this 3 times now.
Yeah, no, well, you've never finished, so I'm still just sitting on the edge of my seat here.
Unlike Pizza Funk, I refuse to feel bad for Mr. Garibay because, much like the uploading of his unfortunate videos, this is a series of decisions that he has made for himself. One would dare say the scenario that he built for himself. Where at any single point he could have said the word no once and had this avoided this whole thing. So I can't feel bad for him for uploading his trash takes.
Sure.
Because he's entitled to his opinion just as I am entitled to mine. And at any single point, an ounce of self-reflection would have proved that maybe he is the one who is in the wrong, because I view Scott Garibay as much like Principal Skinner in that one Simpsons clip where he goes, "Am I out of touch? No, it is the children who are wrong."
Right.
And that refusal to improve yourself and your frame of thinking is literally nothing but the summation of his choices.
So I think my thing is just like you can feel bad for him in the sense of like just the fact that he can hold this view. Right? I just that's more what I feel bad about, is just the fact that he has gotten to this point, right?
Unless he was always there. 12-year-old Garibay.
I fucking hope not.
Galaxy
that's even sadder.
brain.
That's even fucking sadder. So like, and that's basically what I feel. I don't care if he changes in the future. He won't. But if he does, like, great, good. You know.
Yeah.
You know who? So a question for you both: if Garibay was a Primarch, who would he be?
Oh God. I don't know enough about the Primarchs.
I knee-jerked wanted to say Angron.
I want to say Perturabo because he's a petulant man-child.
That's fair. That is actually much more fair.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Primarchs, so I'll just say Rebooty Gweely, man.
Makes me want to go back and watch his takes on Nerdarchy from 5 years ago. I think we watched one of the videos that he was in. I think they were disagreeing with him during it too. I don't remember though. That is fair. I think I feel bad more because of the memes I make, and I can be easily guilted. Oh, don't worry about that.
No,
you're fine.
Yeah, when I make fun of Mr. Garibay, and I call
Mr.
him
Garibay was his father's name.
Oh no, I call him Mr. Garibay because he's a business associate at this point.
I see.
God. I do feel a little twinge of maybe I'm the scumbag. Am I out of touch? No, it is Garibay who's wrong.
Well, that's true.
I do feel a little twinge of guilt in my soul, like, oh fuck, maybe I'm an asshole. And then, like, that habitually disappears after 3 seconds when I go, no, he brought this upon himself.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Not to mention saying that women can't be into Warhammer because there's not enough female
representation, which is so weird. Yeah. Anyway.
And GW gets away with it while 5e is roasted over a spit.
No. He was talking about that 40K was being roasted over a spit. But that was all about that, not about 5e.
Yeah.
All right, so it's really this hosting aspect. So we talked about the house thing. That's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Beyond
oh my God!
You have to make sure everybody has pencils. At my home, the rule is.
Sorry, did I miss something? What are we talking about? Sorry, what?
You need to provide everyone with pencils.
What the fuck?
What was
How
the
can
iceberg
I afford
thing?
That?
Sorry, what was the iceberg thing?
Dude.
He said that owning a house is the tip of the iceberg.
What?
So here's the thing, right? I don't know about you, Mr. Garibay, but when I was in middle school and high school, I was expected to bring my pencils to class, and I was expected to be more functional than a child.
As a child?
Thus I find it not a stretch of the imagination to ask my players that they would put into my game the same or greater effort than they put into middle school.
Well, okay. So what I will say is you get one with the pencil thing. Like I just have a lot of pencils and pens around, so I'll be fine with it. But like if you're going to continuously forget about it, like that's more on you. But I will say that I also I'm of two minds about it, because I'm also like, well, I mean, it's just a pencil, right? It's just whatever at that point. Like, I'll just give you a pencil. I don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah, literally, I actually, on Monday, I had a teacher give me back a pencil. And she was like, oh, I think you left this on your desk on Friday when you took the test. And I took the pencil in my hands, and it looked like one of the pencils I generally use. So I'm like, oh, cool, thanks. I showed her, like, my pencil case, which is, like, bursting practically with pencils. And I'm like, I literally have so many, I just give them away like candy.
There you go.
And yeah, I am a nerd. I'm on a D&D podcast.
What? That has no, it's a lifestyle, you idiot.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah, man. I don't know. It's the pencil thing is fine, but the tip of the iceberg thing is really fucking weird because it's like that implies that the house is just not the only thing.
The house is less of an issue than providing pencils.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Like what the
That's
fuck?
what I'm talking about.
Actually don't supply food just because everybody like, hey, we got bottled water, we have cans of soda, we have bottled green teas, you know, with different infusions, right? Anything in the fridge that is sealed, any drinks in the fridge that is sealed, and I even like supply Chobani's and like, you know, anything sealed. That way everybody is eating their own container and like nobody's sharing anything, right? And I can, you know, provide that as a host, right? And one of the things that's like super.
That's okay. So you're telling me that level of stinginess with food is the mastery of hosting.
So I can understand it because COVID. That's
fair enough.
That's fine.
But I would still offer like, hey, do you guys want me to buy like some fucking, I don't know, Cheetos?
Well, so yeah, that's the thing. I think the part of this in the beginning that it must have skipped for me a second, but it was like he's talking about we don't really do that because we just have this here. We don't really bring, you know, snacks or anything. We don't have to provide them too much because they're just there.
Yeah.
But I don't
know, man, because like I agree.
I'll bring it back.
I agree about the facts being, you know, related to COVID, but this has nothing to do with COVID. This has to be with being the ultimate host.
Right.
This is where I will take my opportunity to say my piece about this.
Okay.
It talks about like, oh, like there's like sodas, waters, teas, like grab a fucking slice of lasagna out of the fridge or whatever.
It has to be
like
in its own thing.
If I showed up to play D&D at someone's house and they said, yo, like there's pizza and lasagna in the fridge, I would be like, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
If they're like, yeah, dude, like have a fucking, I don't know, a bowl of stew, I'd be like, sick, thanks. But that doesn't, it may mean that I think of them better as a host. Right. I will give you that. I do think that they will be better at hosting. However, that won't be really even a playing factor into whether or not I ask them to DM. I ask people to DM, and I know this is sort of a weird track of thinking, but I ask people to DM based on their storytelling ability, which you talk about in your 10 Commandments.
We'll see how far it goes.
And their storytelling like capability and their world building and their knowledge of the rules, which you go into with world building, storytelling, and being arbiter. So like I will acknowledge you definitely have points in those videos with your other 10 Commandments. Currently they're in this they're currently in the quantum superposition of you both have a point and don't.
Yes, exactly.
Because
seen them yet.
Exactly. I haven't seen the videos yet to collapse the superposition into one where you're being ridiculous. And
God, I love that analogy.
and were you quite literally anyone else, I would acknowledge with straight up good faith that your other points are perfectly valid. But specifically because it's you, I'm nervous.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Dude, hey, Alejo. He said your thing.
Oh, quite literally.
He said quite literally.
Have I not said it today?
That's because I'm establishing dominance. I'm going to be the new Alejo.
Fuck. I gotta retain my throne.
Yeah. That's your catchphrase.
Oh, fuck. It's not even a catchphrase. It's just what I say.
I know.
Anyway, yeah, I gotta hear it again. I don't know.
Is sealed.
That's not far enough back.
Supply food, just because everybody has different. I'm like, hey, we got bottles. Make sure everybody has pencils. At my home, the rule is I actually don't supply food, just because everybody has different diets. But I'm like, hey,
okay,
we got bottled water. cans of soda. We have bottled green teas, with different infusions, right? Anything in the fridge that is...
I just want to say, obviously, yeah, if they all have different diets and they're all have
that's fair.
dietary
Okay, because
needs,
I actually missed that. I did
makes
not
a lot of
know
sense. Yeah.
That's a perfectly valid reason.
Yes,
And
that's fair.
That is cool of you to supply even some refreshments to your players. I appreciate that fact of you. I will extend that olive branch and say that I legitimately do like that of you, that you provide that.
Yeah.
That does not mean that I think you're a good DM.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I feel
it takes a little bit more than just a fucking green tea to make me think you're a good DM.
Yeah,
like
it takes more than a bottle of Lipton to buy me off.
Exactly. Like
it takes the powdered mixed stuff.
That
shit is
when I
that's my guilty pleasure. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, you get it. When I had people over here when I was hosting for people to play here before we stopped for a bit, I would get a pitcher of water. I'd get my glasses because it's just,
you gotta see.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's also just like I want people to be able to stay hydrated. It's we're gonna be there for 3 hours or so.
I mean, it's fucking strenuous.
Yeah, exactly.
Rolling dice,
see you, miscellaneous. I see you, Juice.
Miscellaneous. See you, Juice.
But yeah, so I did that, and I also made it a point to go, hey man, I hate this Garibay video, to be honest. Yes. I also messaged our group and went hey, okay, so I'm gonna have water. Do we want anything else? We should probably talk about this, to see if people want to,
Juice, you should come on for the next Garibay video.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
It's gonna be a fucking doozy.
Yeah. Because we're not gonna do another one tonight. Because fuck me, we're already.
Yeah, this one's taking so long.
No, this is.
I
ridiculous.
Actually probably, given that my bedtime is midnight.
Yeah.
I'll probably bounce too.
Okay. All right, that works.
That is okay.
Then have a good night, sir.
Yep.
Yes. Good night, y'all, and good night, Master Garibay.
Yes, of course. Always.
God, I hate that I actually bowed at my monitor.
Well,
fuck.
It.
Committing too much to the bit. Yeah, that's right. Get out of here. But anyway, I messaged our group chat. And I was like, yeah, we should probably talk about snacks and drinks and all that kind of stuff. And we did. And I supplied for the first one, I supplied everything because I was like, yeah, I'm the host this time. I'll get it all. And I got a bunch of Dr. Pepper. I got cranberry juice. And we fucking hung out. And I also had some brownies and stuff and some chips.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
I provided it all because one, it was the first hosting that I had done, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna be a good host.
Impression.
It's just I also care.
I mean, make a good impression as a host.
Right, that's also true. But I also just care when other people are in my home, because it's you're in my home, you're but that's just common courtesy.
Yeah.
This is the requirement for this is fucking stupid. I just need to stress this is over the top in a way, because well,
it just is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this being a requirement for you to be a master DM, a dungeon master is it's crazy.
Any drinks in the fridge that is, and I even supply Chobani's and anything sealed. That way everybody is
has to think to be
their
human.
own container and nobody's sharing anything, right? And I can provide that as a host, right? And one of the things that's super and it is hard being a host, incredibly difficult, right?
What?
That's Stuart.
Not really
difficult, right? So one of the things I just added was pencils. I use pens right now, and people are like, "Do you have a pencil?" And I'm like, "No, I use pens. Here's a pen." And they're
why would you use pens in D&D?
So I use pens for things that are permanent. I use pencils for things that I can erase.
Yeah, but the vast majority of things on your sheet are subject to change, except for the name. But why would you? Who cares? Just use a pencil.
What the fuck are you doing, man? Also, I just want to go back to that comment of it being incredibly difficult. Like, you might have seen Martha Stewart and thought that she needed those 40 years to master being a host, but my guy,
no.
I'm only 26. Okay? And like, I understand what you need to do. It's basic. Like, if you do more than the basic necessity, that's crazy. Like, like you are being so nice, which is great. If you do that, awesome. Like, but you do not need to do more than just like have a place, have a thing to set up, and then just like give them water. you know, because it's maybe like, some snacks if you really want to be nice.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you're hosting, you're all there for a very specific purpose.
Yeah,
especially in the case of D&D.
Yeah.
So really, it's basically just let's meet the bare basics of human like necessities.
Yeah,
like
human decency,
and
right?
Water. Yeah, and like food, water, air, bathroom.
Shelter, and bathroom,
and shelter from the elements. And then like
it's literally a survival scenario.
An asshole. Yeah, you just don't be an asshole while you're having your activity, and you're a perfectly fine host.
Yeah, exactly. You are a master of it. Like that's all you need. So
it's
you're
like,
insane.
Man, it's so dumb.
You're insane, and the fact that you do not have pencils to offer is also insane. You absolute dick.
Like that's one of the things that I actually would kind of expect. It's like, do you have an extra pencil just in case?
Right, exactly.
Because like I'm gonna bring my own shit. If I'm coming to your home to play D&D, I'm bringing all the shit that I need. I'm bringing my own player's handbook and all the books just in case somebody else forgot.
Yeah, totally. Are you gonna be doing another video after this? No. We're just gonna get comments and stuff because I'm already like I'm starting to lose it. I drank an energy drink, which is my second of the day, and I'm already starting to crash, and you can kind of hear it in my voice.
Man.
Oh man. Okay.
You know, like, okay, you know, here's a pencil, right? So, and just incredibly, here's the bathroom over here. New player comes. Hey, I'm going to introduce you to everybody. I'm going to make you welcome in this space and welcome in my home, right? Like, and it's incredible. Like, and so the idea, like, and just, I am so shocked that people look at Dungeon Master and say ridiculously foolish things like, oh, it's easy. Yeah, you're going to do great. No, you're going to suck and you're going to be ground over glass you're going to be dragged over glass for 3 years. You're going to suck.
Wow. That's one of the spiciest takes I think I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
Legitimately.
Just wow. Yeah, that's
just
a new
flat
one.
out, no, you're gonna suck.
Yeah, man, I wish Aiden hadn't left.
Yeah, goddamn.
I wish you had heard that. Wow.
He would have. You know what? Hang on. I want to see. Let's see. Where is he? Aiden, you still awake? He said something even better than the
I'll clip it for him and send it to him later, honestly. Like it's
I want to get him.
But no, he's got to go to bed, dude. Like it's
fuck him.
Well, okay. Anyway,
he'll be fine.
But yeah, didn't he say he was good from the time he was 12? Yes, he did.
Yeah. It's a good thing that
well, I will say he might not have said it outright, but he definitely implied it.
Yeah. You see, you know what I want to know? Garibay is this font of never-ending knowledge and shit, obviously.
Obviously.
Who taught him?
I think he taught himself.
Who is the Qui-Gon Jinn to this Obi-Wan of D&D?
I think he taught himself, dude. I think he just read the book. Yeah, no, it's
what the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
Dude,
okay.
Can we back it up? I want to hear it again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I gotta get that isolated. Jesus.
Hey, I'm gonna introduce you to everybody. I'm gonna make you welcome in my home, right? Like, and it's incredible. Like, and so the idea, like, and just, I am so shocked that people look at Dungeon Master and say ridiculously foolish things like, oh, it's easy. Yeah, you're going to do great. No, you're going to suck and you're going to be ground over glass you're going to be dragged over glass for 3 years. You're going to suck.
Why 3 years specifically?
The first 3 years. There will be pain. There will be pain, right? you're going to be just dragged over metaphorical glass for 3 years, and there will be metaphorical blood on the ground. It is not easy, and to give people this idea that the first 3 years ain't going to be pain to the pain to the pain is ludicrous.
It's ludicrous to imagine that this is the scenario every time for 3 years. Are you fucking insane? When I started, I don't think it was so bad that I was dragged through metaphorical broken glass.
I sure hope not.
What the fuck? I
Jesus
ran
Christ.
a module, my dude.
Yeah.
like, how can it be that bad when I was running a fucking module?
Yeah. Well, did you offer them snacks and green tea?
I did not. No, it wasn't my my house that I did this in. It was in the dorm.
Well.
Well. I know. It was my first mistake. But also, like, I just... So, okay. Oh, man. I just, like... I want to know how the fuck he imagines this, because if he has to believe this because this is what happened to him, right?
God!
That has to be the case,
What is his
right?
origin story?
Well, so this is the thing. When he said he started at 12, that's the thing. If this is the case, he actually started at 9 and then fucked up for 3 years. And then at 12,
oh my god, yeah.
then he figured it out, right? Because that's the only way
Maybe?
that's the only way that this makes sense. Okay? If we want to go with the logical progression of his reasoning, from his claim. But I don't fucking believe him.
That's fine. Nobody else does. God, you know
man.
what? I really want, when we finish the video and shit, I want to go to the video and look at the comments.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a sec, but like man,
I'm so curious.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
It's just ludicrous. Dungeon Master's words contain minimum 10 distinct disciplines that must
Shut
be
up,
mastered.
you've said this twice.
Be very careful when you call someone to be a dungeon master. It will warp their life emotionally, socially, intellectually, right? And sometimes it's hard. It's just really hard, right? And all that's my opinion. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think it takes to be?
Oh my god.
And that's my opinion. It's like, yeah, your opinion's wrong. Stop.
Yeah. It's like one of the wrongest things I've heard in a long time.
Oh, this is my opinion. Immediately covering his ass. Immediately.
Yeah.
Jesus. I don't understand you.
Please, let's check the comments.
I'm
so
going
curious.
to it right now. So, let me pull this up for everybody, real quick here.
I can't wait.
Oh my god, that's curious. A fucking roller coaster. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, don't. So this is the thing. Don't obviously you. Okay. Obviously, just if you disagree with him, go disagree with him, and like put the if you dislike his video, dislike his video. But like, man, I'm not gonna.
In a few weeks, you won't be able to see it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna advocate anybody going over there to like.
Yeah, no,
anything,
we're
obviously.
not trying to flame him. No. I'm just so curious about his own viewers' opinions.
Yeah. So okay. Oh, the first one, I love it. So this was 11 days ago. Oh, neat.
Okay.
Matt M. We have to be more hesitant to invite people, in quotes. Wrong. It's a game. Hosting isn't hard. Hospitality is something all humans have done since the dawn of civilization. Someone brings some soda, someone brings some chips, show up here and we'll play till X time. Done. You don't need a house. I hosted a game night at my parents' house as a kid. I've hosted game nights in a tent. I've hosted game nights in an apartment. And I've hosted game events at a local game store, cons, and even the park at a picnic table. Yes, having a house makes it easier, but it's not required. Also,
that would actually be super fun.
Yeah. Also, it's easier to qualify to buy a house now than almost any time throughout history. You've turned a molehill into a mountain. I don't know how true that is. But
qualifying, maybe.
Okay, qualifying, yeah, sure.
Qualifying, like for just to
He hearted this comment first off, which is I think he just hearts every comment like I do with the channel, so fair enough. But like. Oh, then we go to one from Mike Harrison saying, I actually know of a women's wargame league that I helped organize with my fiance. There's like 16 people involved, though only 8 people generally play at a time. The Women's Wargaming League is one of the most creative and competitive groups I know. Also, regarding Warhammer and gender, the Astra Militarum / Imperial Guard has female guardsmen in lore. The Orcs are genderless. The Eldar can be male or female under the armor. Same with the Dark Eldar. There you go. I didn't even think about Eldar.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Like, come on, man.
And the Norn Queen. Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hosting is often the DM's role, further dividing, this is from DM Kurt, dividing the amount of effort a DM puts in versus a player, but the only reason a DM would want to also be host is that they have to carry some more materials to the game than anyone else, books, minis, etc., and have to start setting up earlier. Perhaps a player should host, and if snacks are involved, that cost / hassle should be spread out. I would agree with that last bit, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, it looks like... Oh, okay, here's one. It looks like most people are... I'd love to hear your thoughts on Dark Zone. I think most people are against this. It seems... Yeah. Yeah, most people are against this. But I do want to see this one. This is a really sore subject for me, as I turned my spare bedroom into a dedicated gaming room. To then have 2 of the core players irrevocably fall out with each other. To then have that happen. Not only this, but they gave one of the other DMs around the table an ultimatum as to pick one or the other to have round the table. So he rage quit not only his game, but everyone else's too. This left us with 4 core players, including the DM. My game was ruined. My friend's game was ruined. The only game still going was one of the primary trouble causers, who was then coming to my home to run his game, and half the time wiping the party and telling us it would help if he could be bothered to read the module.
Okay, what does this have anything to do with anything?
Right, this after I cooked meals for them all, hot and cold drinks on tap, etc. It was the final straw for me, so I told him if he wanted to carry on his game, he could do it at the local gaming club. My room was no longer available. The 5e game I run for my wife, we play in our dining room, so now I have a dedicated gaming room gathering dust, laughing till I'm crying emoji, laughing till I'm crying emoji, laughing till I'm crying emoji.
Okay.
So, okay, so I understand that you had a bad time with some people.
Yeah.
That sucks. I guess your relevance here is that you had a dedicated room that is no longer used, and that's it.
I think it may be just that he was a good host, and it didn't work out.
Exactly. But he also didn't technically DM for these... What? Did he DM? He DMs for his wife in the dining room, and that's pretty cool. Okay.
That sounds kind of lame as hell. Not gonna lie.
It's just a way it goes. Okay. Oh, there's not that many comments, honestly. Like,
fair enough.
There's only 22. Yeah, it looks like. Okay. Yeah. Garibay replied to one.
Oh.
Okay.
Words directly from God.
Right. You must read the scripture. Still making the case for me to go back to playing Warhammer is the comment from Mark Markham. The reply that he got from Garibay himself says, I think the important part is that you realize there would have to be a case made to return to Warhammer and you stopped playing it. I think you already realized where you should be on 5e. Nice. Very cool.
Hey.
That doesn't... Okay, so... Okay. So it's important that you realize that you stopped because there was a reason you stopped, and that you are playing 5e now. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Nice.
Sure.
Very cool. Somebody replied to this comment as well. DM Kurt said, well, if we have to compete with 500k sound stages, then it's more expensive than even what GW wants for their minis. Does the Biden whisper into the mic? But we don't actually have to.
Yeah.
It's true. It's almost like it's an insane claim. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Well, that's all that. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Interesting. Oh, I never brought it up for you guys. I'm sorry. These are all the things you can.
I mean, we've got the link to the video.
Yeah, you'll find it in the video, and I'll just scroll through it really quick for everybody to see. Anyway, okay. Yeah. So, jeez, that's ridiculous. Okay. So that's 1 of 10, and that took us fucking hours.
Yeah, that took the entire thing
for an 11-minute fucking video.
Yep. That's how bad shit it was.
I know.
Every time.
It's gonna be the way it is.
Yep.
But anyway, so we're gonna move on to comments.
Yes. We never did the shout outs and Shill talk.
That's true.
About that.
Yeah. We kind of had a thing going.
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody if you were waiting for that. We'll do them at the very end here, but right now, we'll go into the comments just because it'll be streamlined to go through that, get to our little outro, and then we'll be done.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is a comment that we got on episode 46 when we were covering Taking 20's 50-minute response video to his original video.
To the Pathfinder bullshit.
Yes. It was, why is this unlisted, which I then gave the reason. And then they said discussion and to us. Thanks going over Cody's video and just seeing how he showed a suboptimal tactic and called it the optimal choice. Which he specifically then says at about 3 hours and 3 seconds. 3 hours and 3 seconds. It says about that. The problem here is the Pathfinder 2E White only spent 1 action. Why didn't it grab the Ranger? Then the Ranger would have been an even severer disadvantage than the 5E one. Also, he specifically says longbow, so yeah, it has a -2 to attack. This is in reference to his example of the battle scenario.
Yes.
In which case, hey man, he was trying to make it as disingenuous as possible.
Yeah.
Very cool. It was the most bad faith argument I've ever seen, just because he was trying to make it fit his opinion of the game.
His agenda.
Yes. Which is unfortunate.
Yep.
And then we have Unit Rico on last episode saying, I'm guessing what Garibay meant when the "you should only master things" line is that you shouldn't try and be in control of people, given the definition of master he used or something. Then again, This is the same guy who talks about asking someone to be a DM like they're being sent down to the fucking mines to dig for coal, laughing my fucking ass off.
Yeah, right? Jesus.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then we have Lux on last episode, which I have pre-read this, and I will say, Lux, I know I said I would watch Loki by the time that you made this comment. I have not. Because, in the sense of, like, actually being able to get references and stuff, because I actually plan on rewatching it all and taking notes and actually making a video on it myself.
So you are preparing to destroy Lux.
No.
I
Yeah, that's the thing. He actually does bring up a few good points that I must have fucking misremembered or missed. So I will be reading those out and just saying it. If that is what I missed, and if I misremembered, then that is how it is. But again, I'm going to be making a whole video on it because I, legitimately, a night ago, it all came back to me again, and I could not stop thinking about it, and so I need to get it out. I need to stop thinking about this fucking show and get it out there. Right? But anyway, Lux says, I don't know if watching Loki for the sake of this comment is going to prove, and that's the thing as well, I'm not going to do it just for the comment. I realize that if I do it for that big of a project, then it will be worth it and worth my time, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if watching Loki for the sake of this comment is going to prove to have been the best use of your time. I feel like you're going to be disappointed about how much this is really going to have been worth it. But since you said you would watch Loki, I also had to watch Loki so I could be sure there wasn't something I didn't know about. So here we are. I apologize, Lex, to not be in pain with you right now. See you, miscellaneous.
Okay.
Anyway, it wasn't the greatest thing I could have spent my weekend doing, and the first episode could definitely give a person cause to be quite incensed. But there are still some issues I have before I could be persuaded to your point of view. I've cut it down to the most critical ones. I don't know whether I'm being stubborn or I have a point, so if my thinking has gone wrong somewhere, then hopefully you can destroy me with facts and logic. Of course, if you watched Loki and I didn't give you something to use it for, that would suck. Either way, I try not to talk about a single topic for more than 2 episodes, so this is it. I'll go ahead and link a wiki article for Kang here, for the sake of providing a source other than just watching the show. Otherwise, episode 6 would tell you all there is to know about him, and that'll cover just about everything you would need to know about what I'm going to talk about. I'm not saying it's a good show that people should watch. I'm hoping I can stop thinking about it after this episode. Looking at that wiki article, the only citations it has is itself, and the well, it's because there's nothing that they can cite for it because it's the episode, right?
Yeah, it's true.
And like
it just sounds bad.
The other citation is the comic, which has nothing to do with the show. So the Kang from the comic is totally irrelevant to what's going on.
Okay, so MCU Kang is 100% different.
I wouldn't say that he's 100% different, but I would say that it's irrelevant, just in general, because it's the comic and not the actual adaptation that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing that you kept mentioning is that you kept mentioning that what the TVA was doing is evil. But I don't see how that was ever in contention. And I don't think I made it in contention, but even so,
I think there was some mention of it, but honestly, I can't remember.
So I believe I just mentioned it because it is the case. They are evil, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't think I was arguing like against anything being seen as like good. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. And if that was the take that you got from it, that is not my take. They are evil. That is true. I don't think that you said that they were not. Anyway. They're clearly presented as the villains. At best, if you completely buy into Kang's self-justification, they're necessary evil. I don't buy it, and I think Kang was absolutely wrong. But that's the best they could possibly be under any way of looking at it. Even if you take the greater good approach, Kang's method of pruning the timeline has to be killing far more people than the multiverse war ever could have. If so much as knocking over a pile of leaves can cause a divergence, how many variants must there be for every single person who lives their life lives their correct life through the sacred timeline? The number of variants killed, therefore, has to be truly unfathomable, which is true. What Kang was saying was basically equivalent to arguing that because there are times when nations go to war with each other, every nation but one needs to be destroyed. That's nothing more than the logic of a tyrant who wants to justify eliminating all possible opposition to himself, so Kang is quite plainly not good. True. While Loki and Sylvie did fight in the end over how to respond to Kang's offer, Loki's position was not let's accept it, his position was let's think about this. That's true. Which he's the only one who thinks in that moment, and doesn't really... They fight, but he ultimately goes, Sylvie, you're always right. That's him in the show. If he's a completely different character than he was before. It's really sad, honestly.
No, that's a shame.
Well, there's one thing of like, hey, guess what? The Loki that we took was from 2012 Avengers, right? Where he was at the peak of evil, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? We're going to show him an entire movie about his life after that, and that will change him into the character that he was at the end when he died.
Oh.
That's not how that works.
That's not, yeah.
That's just not how that works. That's just, if I'm shown something of somebody who looks like me, I first will not believe that shit, because one, that's not me. I didn't do that, first off.
Yeah.
And also...
Not to mention... Yeah, the other thing is that I am now aware that there are multiple timelines and
Mhm.
multiple alternate dimensions, so it's just like, okay, that's probably just a different version of me.
Exactly. I'll just do something different than what that guy did. And also,
Yeah.
hey, I don't believe you?
Yeah, that's
Right?
the other thing.
You're trying to trick me? And if you get past that, then I go, okay,
So
this
that's
isn't
where I go.
well,
I just
so
stop
yeah,
it at so.
exactly. This also goes, hey man, I am not that person. My experiences are mine, and I did not go through those things, so how can I have such a life-changing alteration
Yeah.
to such a degree? Because that guy experienced all that shit. How am I supposed to do that when I'm right here and not going through all that shit? Like, yes, there is a certain degree where I would be affected by it, but also, like, there's such a divide between that person and me.
Yeah.
Where I don't even believe that I would be that person. I'm evil Loki in this moment.
Yeah.
Why would I have any, like, why would I believe that I
why should I trust you?
Why would I believe that I would become that guy?
Yeah.
Anyway, who is not, like, a good person, but he's definitely better than evil. Anyway, so they fucked up Loki. Anyway, let's think about this. If they had thought it through, they might hopefully have come to the conclusion that killing him was, in fact, the correct decision. Now we'll never know, but hopefully the writers didn't think a cosmic dictatorship was the right way for things to be. At least that hadn't been the tone of the show so far, and the entire character arc Mobius followed would seem to suggest a view that free will wasn't something that should be taken away. Which I would agree, yes, that I think that, well, first off, I don't see why it shouldn't be there in the first place, and, you know, it's the whole thing. Yes, Kang's bad, what he's doing is bad, it shouldn't be seen any other way. I don't think anybody would argue the other way.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Wiki article for Mobius, which is there, to reference that shit. The second thing is the final episode does confirm what I was saying about where the sacred timeline came from. What Kang said was that he isolated that timeline. He didn't write it or create it. Excuse me, he isolated it. And he set up the TVA to prevent any alternate timelines from branching off. And as soon as he was killed, the multiverse immediately grew back into its natural state, which begs the question of how the fuck did he even get it to the point where he's at? Like, I understand he has the technology to do it, but I also don't understand how you can, like, I'll explain it in a second, because there's another point here that will help me. What that means is, if you see one of the earlier stories, you don't know that the TVA is pruning every version of every character. That doesn't make the same choices. At the beginning of Loki, they are. At the end of Loki, they're not. The same timeline where those choices were made still exists whether the TVA interferes or not. Which I think is true. I'm not entirely sure. Like, that's... It makes sense if that's the case, but I also would cite that this show is very bad at, like, keeping consistent characters and, like, the way that things work. So, and, like, character powers and all that kind of stuff. And I just, it's hard for me to believe that they did it in such a way that makes sense. But if that is the case, then I will agree. That's the thing. I would have to rewatch it again. So we'll get there. Even if there are infinite, which I don't want to, but I have to.
Yeah, now you have to.
I do. Even if there are infinite other Kangs, it's impossible that any of them interfered with that timeline, because it has been established that He Who Remains existed. If any other Kang had interfered with the timeline that led to the existence of He Who Remains, then He Who Remains would never have existed. Since we have already observed the existence of He Who Remains, we can never observe anything that prevents the existence of He Who Remains. Therefore, the events seen in previous movies were happening whether alternate timelines were being pruned or not, because the sacred timeline that allowed He Who Remains to exist must happen whether it's a single timeline or a multiverse. This is not an assumption, this is the only way it could be. It would make absolutely no sense otherwise. Which, again, you're right if that's the way that they did it, I am not certain that that is how they have done it, but again, I would have to watch the show and see what they say. Because the other thing about it is that they have retconned the way that timelines work. Because in Endgame, they established that timelines are made when the stones are removed. And then they go in Loki, no, it's actually when anything changes. Anything. So... It's a real big difference. It's a real big difference. Because that was the thing in Endgame. They removed the stones from technically other universes, right? In order to get them into their universe to put in the gauntlet to stop Thanos.
God. Oh, the fucking comic nerd in me is like, that's not how they work.
No, it's not. Well, that's also true, but also, like...
I know. It's the movie stones, so it doesn't matter, but, like...
It is... Well, so the other thing is, it's just the time travel multiverse thing is also just stupid.
Yeah, no,
like,
that's... Oh, but, God!
But, so they... And literally the what's-her-face? The mentor to Doctor Strange, who's, like, the wise one or whatever.
The ancient...
Yeah, the ancient one. There you go. The Ancient One says, hey, if you take the Time Stone out, it makes a divergence. It's literally stated that that's how it works, but apparently she was wrong.
The Ancient One was wrong about that.
Yeah, so, and then, this is why the whole phase of Marvel right now does not respect what came before. They just don't care.
Because no matter what they make, it'll fucking print money.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Everyone will clap at everything. Well, so not everyone, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
A majority of people just clap at whatever because they're like, it's good. Yeah. This is what I like. Right? Like, there's no critical thought. It's dying. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. In fact, Kang was born in the 31st century. That means any significant alterations of the timeline before the 31st century would prevent every Kang from existing. The MCU movies all took place in the current era, long before the 31st century. This means no Kang could alter the events of any MCU movie, or he would erase himself from existence. Yes. It really doesn't even matter what the writers had in mind. What I've described might have been their intent, or it might not have been. There's no way to know for absolute certainty, but either way, this is the picture they drew, whether they meant to draw it or not. If you draw a triangle and write the word square above it, you have still drawn a triangle. The writer's intent no longer matters once the image is on the screen. The only thing that matters is what makes sense. Any interpretation that doesn't make sense produces a world that can't exist. Which I agree with, but we also need to now, like, and again, this is why I'm going to make the video. I got to do a fine-tooth comb and make sure that these things either do or don't make sense. Because even if they put something there, if they don't explain it to a degree that actually, like, if they gloss over something and it just does not help them, it does not make sense, you can't really, like, you can make an inference in certain cases, but not with everything, right? They have to be explicit with some things in order for us to be able to understand them. Because otherwise they're just telling you things they're just saying things and they're not even saying things. They're just showing you something that works in this moment, but might even contradict something else, you know? Like, but again, with what you have said so far, if this is everything that they give, if they actually have this stuff in the in the TV show, then yeah, you're right. Absolutely. But they need to, like, be pretty explicit with how some of these things work. Because otherwise, you can assume all you want, but that's just headcanon at some points, you know? Because, yeah, fundamentals to the universe need to, like, be stated. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it works. It may be true that free will only existed during the few minutes of subjective time after Kang was killed, before the episode ended, but every point in time throughout the entire multiverse existed during that stretch of subjective time on screen. That means every moment of every story throughout the entire MCU was able to exist while the multiverse was in a state that allowed free will, and that means every story did still have meaning. Furthermore, the entire multiverse existed before Kang interfered with it. Yes. I would agree, again, with that. At least that's true for right now. I wouldn't put it past the writers to show something in the future that nonsensically contradicts what I'm saying and ruins everything. Oh, you best believe that's possible. The Kang statue shown in the TVA at the end of the episode worries me for that very reason. Excuse me, but that hasn't happened yet. As of right now, at the end of season 1, what I'm saying is true. Also, even though the state of the statue implies that another Kang has taken direct control of the TVA, we were not shown an image of the sacred timeline that had been pruned again. Rather, it was said moments before that once the branches had grown beyond the red lines, there was no going back. This would not be indicative of a return to a single timeline. So this is the thing that makes me hesitant to accept a lot of things. How the fuck did he get it to that point then? If they were already, the multiverse was in its natural state beforehand, and they have this thing that goes, this is where if we let it go past, it cannot be contained. How the fuck did they do it in the beginning? If that was the case, and he didn't have the TVA before, he had to make the TVA to get it to this state where there is a point where we have to now have this red line, right? But how did we get to the red line now? Like, the red line was not there before. We have gotten it to this point, but how did we have the power to do that in the beginning? Is it just because he can now prune it, and so he was just going really fast, and we got to this point? Like, it's a lot to take in that case, because it's like, oh, so you were able to, when it was out of control entirely, and this is where it is now. This is the point of quote unquote no going back. If it was already there, how the fuck did we get here? It doesn't make logical sense that you could go from one state that is literally impossible to come back from and bring it to the point where you now know where the impossibility is. At least in my mind. There might, at least from my limited brain at the moment of not having rewatched it, but it just does not make logical sense to me in that instance. And maybe I'm just missing something, right?
Yeah,
anyway, that's the only thing I have contention with because of that, right? Even though there are infinite Kangs, only one of them was He Who Remains. Controlling time was not an inherent ability Kang possessed. Yes, I was wrong about this. It was something that a single Kang found a way to do. It therefore doesn't matter that there are infinite Kangs. Only He Who Remains needed to be eliminated to restore the multiverse and preserve free will, which I also don't buy, now that I'm thinking about it, because literally there are infinite Kangs. How can there only be one that knows how to do this?
That's a good point.
That's not possible. Like, you literally have alternate variations that are slightly different.
Yeah.
And the slight difference could be that they don't know how to do this technology, but the slight difference could also be they don't know how to walk.
Yeah, it's true.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can be assumed that it can't be assumed that another one will do the same thing until that is shown to happen, which I disagree entirely. And honestly, that would be boring writing if they just turned season 2 into a repeat of season 1 with more of Kang controls the timeline, which I would agree. But that's the thing. They've made this a possibility, which means they, like, regardless of it being boring or not, it's possible and they haven't accounted for it. That's my issue with this, right? Like, regardless if they don't do it, that doesn't matter. It's still a possibility. So why wouldn't it happen? Just because it's not there doesn't mean that it's not possible, right? I'm not making my own headcanon in this case. I'm using what the show has given me, which is there are infinite timelines. Right? It's not hard to assume that there are infinite Kangs, that one or two, like
if there's infinite, there's going to be more than one.
Exactly. Like, you have to assume there are more than one. That's incredibly crazy to assume that there isn't more than one that can do it, right?
Yeah.
I don't doubt that they're not going to address it ever, because that would be bad for their show. Like, they would just go, oh, Kang does it again. And I say it would be bad for their show, but it would be bad for their show from my perspective and your perspective, because that's lazy writing. But for the people that don't give a fuck and they just want to see more Kang, they would go, ah.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, you know what the problem is?
Yeah.
Even though we just discussed how in Infinite Kangs, there's undoubtedly more than one that learned how to do the time travel thing.
Yeah.
The problem is that while that is absolutely correct, if the writing is this bad, they can just write that there is only one.
Yeah, no, I get that.
It is so.
Which is incredibly, like, which is impossible and, like,
incredibly frustrating.
Well, it's not just frustrating, it's a fucking plot hole.
Yeah, no.
Like, it is just unequivocally and categorically bad.
Yeah.
Like, it is bad writing in general, because they just will not take account for it. And if they did write it that way, it's like, okay, so you took account for it, but you did it in the most lazy way possible.
Yeah.
Right? You just went, oh, no. That's just not how it is. And you don't give a reason. If you gave a reason that's like, oh, I found all, like, Kang has a diary that says, I found all the versions of me that there could be that had the same ability, and I killed them all. Then I would go, it's a little impossible.
It's a little stupid, but it's like...
But it's something.
It is something.
Right? Like, it's better than, like, nothing and just glossing over it. Yeah. Writing is hard when you just make things up and you don't respect anything. It's really annoying.
Sure fucking is. And writing is also hard when you have this motherfucker.
Hi.
As one of your players.
How's it going?
Pretty good. It's going well. Honestly, I've been getting a lot of good shit from my Cthulhu stuff lately.
Good. I won't say I have faith that they won't do that, but I won't assume they'll do that either. Though, even if they do, that would surely have to be the last of it. They couldn't think Kang Controls the Timeline Season 3 would hold an audience. ... Okay, they could, but my mind is breaking at the mere thought of that level of stupidity. I can't accept that it will come to that. No, you're right. A Disney executive would go, you've done this too many times, at that point.
Well, here's the thing.
They
did remake all of their movies.
That's also true. That's so, this is the thing. We can't assume anything like that.
Yes.
Like that people
That's the problem.
With competent thoughts will take control.
Yeah, because competent thought is always secondary to money.
Yes. Unfortunately. Lastly, a less important point, but one where our minds did not come together in mutual understanding. Marvel is not using the third of the possible time structures I described in the previous episode's comment. That model is not compatible with the multiverse as shown on screen. What I described as the third structure was a system where multiple possible futures exist, but only one decision can be made in the present, leaving only a single timeline remaining in the past. This would result in a multiverse in the future, which zips up as the present moves forward through time. I only mention this structure because it's one possibility of how time could actually look, but it's not the structure Marvel's multiverse uses, and I agree. I misunderstood, so thank you for correcting that. Correcting my brain with that. So that's where I am right now. Now I really don't want to think about this anymore. It has been engraved upon my soul. That's fair. Now then, Harry Potter. Because that's
right. I wasn't even there for that part.
Writers don't generally build their world around the idea of an RPG being made unless they are specifically creating that world for an RPG, which is true. So you would usually have to change the rules established in the books, at least to some extent, if you want the RPG to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Once you're over that self-imposed restriction, it doesn't really sound that hard to me, and I would agree. No more than the expected difficulty of creating an RPG anyway. What I do think sounds harder is creating an RPG based on the concept of going to school, which, I don't know. School is not a time I associated with fun. The only way I could see my way into liking an RPG about school would be if it spends as little time as possible dealing with normal school activities. I would probably prefer if the game did at least allow for travel to locations beyond the school, where some kind of events of the story could happen. The school could be the main location where you spend most of your time, but missions or whatever could take you away from it. Kind of like when your group leaves Dis in Devils and Dice.
basically what you need to think of if you wanted to have an RPG that takes place in school, you need to anime the school up, really.
Well, I wouldn't.
Like, if you think of it like Persona.
I wouldn't even say that. That's the thing.
No?
No, I think it's... So this is the thing. Well, so I think the school itself can be a setting where you just go... Either you have it be kind of part of the narrative of like you still have to go to school every day, right?
Yeah.
You still have to figure that stuff out, and you can make it be as prominent or as
secondary.
Yes,
I guess
secondary works. Secondary or tertiary, in fact, as possible. It's just it needs to have a purpose. Something that it is there to do that is more than just you are there, because otherwise that will be boring after a time, because you're just there. Like with Dis, you have everywhere in Dis that you can go, right? It's not just a place, it is a fucking city. Yes.
Yeah. It's an infinite city.
Yes. And the school itself, you can go with clubs. You can go with faculty members in their classrooms. You can go with the cafeteria
the gym,
itself,
the cafeteria.
Gym, yep. All of these places, you just need to have like a purpose set. And like have them be explorable and have them have like their unique people in them. Like it is, I guess it would be very Persona-like in that case. But outside of the school, you have like whatever you have going on, right? And
like the town.
Yeah, absolutely. You can have the town. You can have.
You can see how I jumped immediately into Persona.
I do see it. Yes. Now. See you, Indigo. So yes, you have it be where you go anywhere else as well, but I would say that the amount of time you have in the school, like you say spending as little time as possible, I say for you, right? Because I feel like having it be as in-depth or as scant as possible is up to whoever's running the system and their group that they have, I hope, talked to see what they like, right? And so with my example of going through classes and stuff, I feel like if you do it with pure school stuff, you have the things happen as well that take you out of class and like maybe make it so you don't have class for a while, like the like literally, if you want to use the movies, the troll incident, the basilisks being released, like all of those things that happen in Harry Potter that make it so that they don't have to worry about class, right? And then you have it so that you can just freely go around places and talk to people and all that kind of stuff if you really need that kind of thing to happen. But with the structure as well, you also then have it be, and like I was saying, for the stats that you would use in that kind of setting, maybe have it be your bravery, your compassion, your cunning, your all of these kinds of stats that go with your emotions so that you can have them cast your spells in different ways and have them affect how you cast your spells. Make it be like a skill test for those in order to see how well you do with your spell. And
see if you can eat that burger.
See if you can eat that burger.
You need all that bravery to eat that gigantic fucking burger.
That is true.
Did you play 5 or no?
I have not played 5.
Oh, okay, it's in 5. My bad.
It does not. It does not seem like something, because I know bravery can be used for some silly shit sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you have it be all of these different stats that you then can level up with your classwork, and your knowledge of different spells as well can increase because of the classwork, right? Like, it has its purpose, as I said before, and then you can have your actual, like, adventure branch off from that. You know? Just give them time travel like in the movies. I'm joking, yes. Yeah, don't. Oh, God, please. That would fucking suck. But it also then creates like a specialization kind of system, right? Of like, you are better at what are the fucking magics in Harry Potter? I don't. animal transformation thing.
You're better at stupefy.
Sure.
So you're better at stupid shit.
Right, like the defense against the dark arts. You're better at all of those kinds of spells. You're better at
alchemy.
Yeah, you're better at potions making. Like I said this in the thing. So, it doesn't seem very hard to me to make something that is, based around the Harry Potter kind of school thing, because it already has that fantastical element to it, right? You already aren't in school. You're not in school.
Yeah.
You're in a fantasy world school, right? Which is totally different. And then you don't have to worry. Like you basically just figure out what you really want to specialize in, or really every quote unquote week you pick like which class you actually focus on, and that will be whatever affects your stat, right?
Yeah.
And then you go through all your classes and you're still doing fine, but it's just like that one will go up a bit more, right? Anyway, I think it's incredibly easy to come up with all of these things that would work for the school-based RPG, especially for Harry Potter. But in a regular one, why would you care? Why would you want to do a regular school RPG? I mean, I'm not saying that it's not something that somebody wouldn't want to do. I said I would try it, but it's one of those things.
Essentially, it's a slice of life RPG.
Yeah, exactly. It could be very, very much just something of like, oh, let's just go back to a simpler time, and kind of like have those experiences again. I don't know. But yeah. And I'm out of space. No room for Garibay. And that is how that comment ends.
What a shame.
Yeah, well, you'll have plenty of it for this time. So
yeah,
get it all out. But yeah, that's comments.
That's that.
So yeah, that's everything there. So I'm gonna talk about all our shout outs and shit. Thank you to everybody for sticking around that has and that have
people did?
Popped in. Yeah, we still have 4 people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you guys are crazy. But thank you to all of you who are out there, and those who come back for the VOD or watch the unlisted like thing. That's cool. The loyalty, exactly. But yeah, thank you to, of course, I'm really tired. Go to bed, Mongoose. You're fine. Thank you to our patrons, of course. You donate money to us, so of course we gotta shout you out.
Yeah.
So that's, of course, Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thank you. Mog Zero, you've been in the chat as well. Tier 4, thank you as well. Slazer, also been there. So is Draco Kraken. I'm sorry, I didn't say that before, but Slazer also at tier 4. Thank you so much. Steely at tier 4. You were in there for a while. Thank you so much. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you as well. Chris at tier 2. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. And Kill Chrono at tier 2. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. All of you who are at 5 and up are going to be receiving dice when that comes through. Still raising the dice fund. It's a process.
Yes.
So, but don't worry. I swear, if it will happen, I will message you when we have dice. I will message you for your address so I can send them to you.
Yes.
It will happen. So
or
check
check for that.
Yeah, check the check that. All right. Check the Patreon when I talk about it, because I will talk about it on the podcast when it happens. When tax return season comes. Oh, jeez. That's true, actually. I'll have taxes for that, too. But, yeah. Other than that, another way you could support us, if you choose to, it is over on TeePublic. You can get the logo, the old logo and the new logo. On
the OG stuff. Logo, that's one's available for a limited time.
No, it's still there. It's just gonna be there.
That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say
I know. I might take.
Buy it.
Well, that's the thing. I might take it down soon.
Have you learned anything from Bethesda?
No, I've never learned anything from them ever.
Okay, good.
But that's the thing. I might take it down soon just to have this one be the only one, because this one supports the artist as well. A percentage of it will go towards the artist. Who made our new logo, and I love our new logo. It's great.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get it on shirts, you can get it on, you know, all this shit that's over there. TeePublic. You can find us with TableTalk. And finally, of course, last but not least, we are partnered with Humble Bundle. So if you want, you can... Wait, why is this not showing up? Hello? That's weird. Well, my Humble Bundle is not showing up. My Humble Partner thing is just gone. Hold on. Is it showing up here? Nope. Okay, weird. But we are partnered with Humble. You can go there and get whatever you fucking want using our link. It's in the commands. It's in the fucking description of this. It's in our Discord. All that kind of shit. You can get whatever. You can even pre-order stuff with our link. I never recommend pre-ordering things, but if you're somebody who does, hey, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. There's also
unless it's basically like a guaranteed thing, like a Monster Hunter game.
Even then, I don't know.
Really?
I don't like pre-orders. They are paying for something that isn't out yet, and that has no like quality that has been like tested. No, sorry, that's not what I mean. What I mean is it is a you are paying for something that does not exist just for it to exist.
That's very true.
Which I'm like for Kickstarter and all that kind of stuff, I'm like about it. It really depends on the project and if I actually believe that they'll come through with it. Like it really depends on the people behind it. And that's also the same thing for like a pre-order, I guess. Like, but people can get burned with that CD Projekt Red with fucking Cyberpunk. I hope people learned. Which, so it's one of those things where like a crowdfunding thing is like on the line, but it's very similar to me, so it really depends. Because like I did that for Ukulele and I did that for
that's true. I forgot about that.
Bloodstained. I did for both of those, and those games are great. It's just they're good. They're good games. And I know that's an unpopular opinion for a lot of people for Ukulele. It is actually a good game.
I'm here or there on Ukulele.
It is a good game. It's categorically a good game, you know? Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed, tell Aiden to brush his teeth and don't tell him why. Okay. See you, Among Us. Kickstarted Bloodstained on day one, so good. Oh yeah, dude. I had a lot of faith in it, though I didn't get my copy for a while, which was more my fault. Yeah, I realized that I was an idiot, but it's all good. Yeah, Bloodstained's great. But yeah, so you can use our link to get whatever, and right now the thing that would correspond with TTRPGs the most for this stream, if you're still around, the Dungeons and Monsters 3D printable tabletop.
Ooh.
If you have a 3D printer, there's a lot of cool shit. I bought it. So there's a lot of cool models and stuff for it. In fact, I will show you right now. They have some dragon busts. They've got wyvern riders. They got water dragons, werewolves, demon lords, demon princes, like fucking a fat ninja, which is great.
Nice.
A bunch of like actual like market pieces and like facades and stuff. Like there's a lot of good shit here. And it's only $30 to get it all. So, and that's only for another hour right now. So if you're looking at this right now, hey, you're good today.
Do it.
But if you're in the future, for you future people, I would suggest there is the Maps Bonanza still. 5 days left at the time of this stream and recording. $30 for 15 things of just map making shit. Like good map making shit. It's good. I don't own a house, so I can't have a 3D printer. Womp womp. Me too, but I do have a 3D printer. Oh no. Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong? Should I have bought a house instead? Fuck. Not to, mine's like one of the shittier 3D printers, legit. Like it's not a great one. But it works, so you know. Anyway. So yeah, that's one of them. And Yeah, man. Humble Bundle's great. I love this site. I've always loved it, and I think all of us highly endorse it. So yeah. It also supports Tabletop Alliance. I forgot to mention that, but you can support both us and Tabletop Alliance, a charity. The link will be in the description. Anyway, that all being said, I want to say again, thank you to all of you who have remained and continued watching. If you're new and you find this and you're at the end here, well, hey, how's it going? Why don't you subscribe? Huh?
We wait until the very, 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 very end
usually
to ask that.
Yeah.
Unless Aiden and me are being shitters.
That's true. So hey, think about it. Leave a comment, leave a like if you want. I don't fucking know. We read all comments, and I look at
clearly
these things. Yes, every time. It is always the case. Even if you do a criticism that is in a really weird tone.
Even if you do a criticism.
Even if you do it. We do not shy away. We are not little bitches who just delete your comment and go on with our lives. Like, that's stupid. Anyway, yeah, so that's it. You can find the podcast on Tuesdays at around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then again on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and again on Mondays around noon-ish Eastern Standard Time on your podcasting service of choice. This week, I don't know what we're doing on Thursday.
It's either going to be Astatine or Devils and Dice. We don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
I'm hoping it's going to be Astatine because I'm interested in continuing that, but it depends on what people feel like.
I would be totally down to do it. We'll find out probably tomorrow. I'll ask. And,
by the way, like, I have a favor to ask.
Okay.
Don't kill me in the first. Hey
man, you already lasted a first session. You're fine.
I know it's true.
Hey man, yeah. Anyway, so we'll see. I'll announce it on the thing and the other thing when we find out. But all the things. Also, one other thing that I don't mention enough. Hey, join our Discord if you haven't.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty cool there. We don't talk a lot, but when we do,
we don't talk a lot, but we. People post lots of shit, and you get to see the memes that our resident meme lords make, and they're actually pretty fucking great.
The memes are pretty great. So if you haven't yet, go do that. Link will also be in the description. And we'll see you there. That'll do it. My voice is starting to die. I can feel it.
No,
my throat hurts. So
it's a good thing you don't do the voices that I do. Because you go mute.
Yeah. So we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Have
you only get one from me this
lifetime. Stop the stream.